Thank you for being here today, all of you. My name is Jane Dolan. I'm president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, so I'm the one who hits that gavel and we'll call agenda items. We are meeting today in what we call a hybrid format. We have many people here in the audience. We have all but one board member who are present, and we have one who is going to be participating online, as are many other people that we will continue to allow. From our perspective, we learned how to do online meetings, but we also learned that we have participation from people who live in more rural areas, and traveling to Sacramento to view or to participate has been a burden. So now we can have them online, and it's, I think it's a good thing. Central Valley is large. We should be as open to participation as we can. So hopefully we can continue hybrid in more ways than just calling in and listening, actually being able to talk. So at this point, I will call this meeting to order. I want people to know that it is being recorded. Is that correct? Yes? So I want you to know that. It's for our purposes. And I'm going to ask our board clerk and our video host and assistant for me to know who wants to talk, Mr. Jones, to tell me first if it looks like everyone is logged on, or are we still having people joining?
President Dolan, it seems like everyone's logged on.
Okay, that's good. Then I will ask you to conduct a roll call of the board to determine if we have a quorum.
Board Member Griego? Here. Board Member Ramirez?
Here. Good morning. Sorry to miss you guys in person.
Board Member Countryman?
He's here. He's just down the hall.
Secretary Johnson?
I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Go Warriors.
Vice President Valines? Here. President Dolan?
I'm here. Thank you. We have 5 present right now. We have one that is in the building and is here. So we have 6 members. We definitely have a quorum, and we have 1 vacancy on the board. So we're meeting here, which I think will be our typical meeting place in this beautiful new facility, which still needs assistance from outsiders to have adequate video and audio, which we have today, and I'm grateful for that. There might be some bumps as we work on this, who wants to talk in person, online, but we all get along on that. There are certain issues that I will remind people of. If you are here present and there's an agenda item, and I will call on those for which you want to talk, you can either have filled out a speaker card, or because I actually can see a raised hand, I'll call on you if you want to come forward at that time. For those of you who are online and are listening to this now, I'm hoping that you keep muted until and unless you wish to make a comment or ask a question. And at the point you want to do that, if you're able, the way you're online, if you would use the raise hand icon, and Mr. Jones will let me know that you have done that for that item and you will be called on. If you're calling in on phone only, then you would hit *9, and that would be an indication to the board clerk that you wish to make a comment on an item. So thank you for that. I will briefly highlight the items on the agenda. In each case, I will first ask if there's a presentation by staff or others. Once that presentation is provided, board members will be asked if they have questions or comments. Then I will call upon anyone in the room who wishes to make a comment or ask a question on that item. Then to those online. If there's an action on the item, at that point I will call for the board to make a motion and take action. It looks like we have an interesting agenda, many informational presentations, and therefore not breaks. I am the kind of person who does look to call breaks instead of pushing on for 2-3 hours without that. I don't know exactly when it will happen, but generally at an hour or an hour and a half mark between agenda items, we will take a break. We are planned to handle the agenda items as they are listed, and in order, nothing to be rearranged. I have, we have indicated, already opened officially this meeting, and we have established a quorum. First thing on our agenda will be introductions and announcements from our executive officer. Then we approve the minutes for March. We have one item on the consent. We do not discuss that. We just name it. If someone wants to discuss it, you need to indicate to me that you want a discussion. Otherwise, we will take action. Then there is an item that's called public comment. That is an item for anyone who wishes to say something that is not pertinent to the agenda. We are listening, we will not discuss, and we do not react nor take action on that item. Then we will proceed with legislative update from our public policy advisor. The Corps of Engineers will provide us information on 2 levee system inspections. Department of Water Resources has two items under their monthly report item. Our board items are to have an update of the process of the general plan, that's my past life, the 2020 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update. We will hear information of an item we've heard before, but it'll be an update on potential of a state maintenance area formation in lieu of a reclamation district. There will be our staff first, and then DWR as operating inspections on our behalf will bring information on modernizing the designated floodway. We will have a presentation from Reclamation District 1000 on work for the levee system improvements, protection there. Move my piece of paper. We will indicate we are receiving reports from our various branches of the flood board. We will have updates. We will look to upcoming meetings, and the board at the end of the meeting will have a very brief closed session. At that point, we'll ask everybody to leave. It's going to be very brief. We don't anticipate announcements. We'll come back and say that, and then we adjourn. Did I get it right? Okay. So thank you. At this point, we will proceed with the agenda. Item 1, already done. Welcome. Executive Officer Gallagher, you have some introductions, announcements?
Thank you, Madam President. I do this morning. We do have 2 new staff members that I would like to announce for the board. Our first is Sandra Bacciacci. She is joining us as a staff services analyst, and she'll be working on permit intake and other analytic functions for the operations branch. So we welcome her.
Is she here?
I don't believe she's here. We are also welcoming Greg Hendricks, a senior environmental scientist, to our environmental services, and he is here in the back standing up.
He's back. We're waving at you. Welcome.
He comes to us from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, so he has lots of experience in this area, and we look forward to working with him. Thank you, Madam President. Those are my announcements.
Two good additions to a good staff. So welcome. Glad to have both of you on board, and thanks for being here this morning. All right, the next item of business is approval of minutes from March 25, 2022. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, President Dolan. This is for the March 25 board meeting minutes, and I have reviewed the minutes. I believe everything is in order. Excuse me. I will make a motion, and if there's anything to discuss, let us know. With that, I move that we approve the March 25, 2022 board meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
Turn this on, Jane. We have a motion by Board Member Johnson, a second by Board Member Griego to approve these minutes. Do board members want to make any comments? You're 100% no typos as opposed to the prior secretary. Please call the roll.
Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Delines? Aye. President Dolan?
Yes. Board Member Ramirez, are you a yes?
I'm an aye. I can't hear Ryan, sorry.
Aye. Okay, you're one of those. Okay. The motion carries 6 in favor, no opposed, 1 absent. Thank you. Item 5A, is the singular consent item. It is a permit 19620. The applicant is Caltrans, District 3, and the permit is for several actions related to American River Bridge widening. They call it over State Route 51, but most of us know that as Business 80. Does anyone wish to remove this for discussion? I see no board members. I see no hands raised. Any hands raised online? No? All right. Is there a motion to approve this item that is the recommendation from staff? Motion by Board Member Countryman, second by Board Member Griego. Please call the roll.
Board Member Grego? Yes. Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines? Aye. President Dolan?
Okay, I'll say aye. The ayes have it. That motion carries, 6 in favor, no opposed. We have 1 vacancy. Now we'll proceed to item number 6, which is called public comment. As I said before, I will ask if there's anyone who wishes to make a comment for something that is not on the agenda and not pertinent to an agenda item. This would be your time. This light here is very bright. I see no hands raised in the room. Do we have any hands raised online, Mr. Johns?
No hands are raised, President Dolan.
And nothing in the chat. All right, then we can proceed to item number 7, is a legislative update from our policy advisor, Darren Soon. I believe you have a PowerPoint.
I do this morning, yes. Just a short one, though. Just a short one.
That's fine. It's an interesting item. We appreciate you follow these for us, so good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. Darren Soon, Policy Advisor for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Just have a few quick items from the state and federal level. Mr. Clerk or Ryan, could you go ahead and forward to the next slide, please? So as many of you know, the governor released his revision to the budget, the May revise, earlier this month. It can be found at ebudget.ca.gov. On last Friday was the last day budget bills had the ability to make it out of their fiscal committees, and there's a few bills I thought I'd highlight for us given our role here in the state. The first one is Senate Bill 901 by Senator Pan. This bill you've seen before. It's been gone through other legislative sessions. We believe this will continue forward on this cycle, which authorizes the West Sacramento levee project to receive federal funding from state funding for the state share of the total cost of the project to supplement the federal share. In addition, it will allow the merging of MA4 to be merged with RD 900. This is something that the maintenance area 4 was formed in West Sacramento approximately in 2012, and this will allow it to dissolve and be annexed into RD 900. The next bill, SB 1253 Melendez, is an interesting one. It's currently there's an infrastructure plan that's adopted updated every 5 years, along with the state budget. This would allow our inclusion of funding for the state plan of flood control, as well as operations and maintenance, and capital funding for projects outside of the Central Valley. Currently, if you look at the infrastructure plan, there's acknowledgement of the state plan of flood control and its facilities, but doesn't identify funding specifically for flood projects in that plan. And then AB 263 by Assemblymember Cooley, Park Preservation and Flood Infrastructure. is something that this board is well familiar with in terms of dealing with homeless encampments on our levees. This comes at this bill from another direction in preserving our parks. Out of the fiscal committee, it limited the ability to remove homeless encampments to the American River Parkway. However, I think it still gets at the main issue that this board is concerned with, which is encampments damaging the levees. So this would allow the county or local governments to remove homeless encampments with 72 hours notice and other conditions that would take into consideration the individuals on the levees. And then finally, AB 2362, Senator Mullen, online permitting. This it gets at cutting the green tape. So processing environmental permits, expediting that processing by developing an online portal, having applicants perform or having the state perform a pre-meeting application, pre-application meeting, excuse me, with applicants. The board staff is working on its own online permitting portal now, and so we look forward to working with the agency on this effort. I'll stop there for a second. Are there any questions about any of these bills? Yes,
Thank you.
Member Countryman.
Mr. Countryman?
SB 1253. We need a vehicle to make the upper San Joaquin flood project, south of Modesto, I guess, part of the state plan of flood control. The current definition requires it to be part of a federal project, and the Corps has determined that that's not a federal project there. So we need a vehicle for the state. It can be declared part of the state plan of flood control because the state designed and constructed it. Would this bill or offer a vehicle for that?
No, Board Member Countryman, that is a separate issue, and we are working with DWR and the lower San Joaquin Levee District in resolving that issue. This infrastructure plan specifically speaks to identifying where state funds might be allocated. Currently, there's much focus on transportation, school facilities, and even state water project. This bill would specifically identify or require the plan to be updated to include funding for capital projects for the state plan of flood control, as well as operations and maintenance, and capital funding for projects outside of the Central Valley. So it's this plan. The idea, and then, by the way, the author of this is Melendez, but the proponent is the Central Valley Flood Control Association, who we work closely with. The idea is to enable the legislature to budget for things such as the Natomas levee projects, the West Sacramento levee project. As we provide state funding for our non-federal cost share to the Army Corps of Engineers, this wouldn't be something that was generated last minute with the Department of Finance. It would enable better planning to inform the legislature and the public of what the state plans to do.
Okay.
As I understand it, for a long time, there has been a requirement for infrastructure planning and report for certain systems, highways, schools, and others. One would add the state plan of flood control, an important infrastructure issue to be planned and identified by statute. So
Yeah,
hopefully it passes.
Yeah.
As for the question of whether or not systems can be maintained or retained as part of the federal system, as the state does, we do know that's been an issue between the state of California and its representative, the Flood Board, and the Corps of Engineers for a while. But I was able, as your president, to join with the Department of Resources to send a letter to the Corps to ask for communication and perhaps discussion and resolution of this. And the response from the colonel was, yes, he would engage in that. He didn't say he would engage to put it back, but we have made a positive step to address it. And I hope we're successful.
Thank you.
Gave a little bit of
President
your report.
Dolan.
Yeah. Thank you for your report. I
Sure.
really appreciate the details and that you
Yeah.
gave us the copies of bills and the analysis.
Yes, thank you. I neglected to remind, yes, you have from the Appropriations Committee, the bill analyses on there as well. And might I add, so today actually is the last day for each house to pass the bills originating from that house. So we look forward, now that these have made it out of the fiscal committee last week, we're hopeful that these will move forward as well. Ryan, next slide, please. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. Great. From the federal perspective, the Water Resources Development Act 2022 is moving along quite well, actually. As you can see here, both House and Senate versions have passed their versions out of their committee. We just received word today that they, and thank you to Julie Minerva and Carpy Clay for the information. We understand that could go to the floor for both the House and the Senate around the June 6th timeframe. The matter of excess credits, you may recall that board staff has been working with DWR, Todd Bernardi, and Laura Hollander about addressing the issue of credits that the state has, we believe we have perfected or at least earned in the Marysville or Sutter Basin, Marysville Ring Levee project in the Sutter Basin, as well as the Natomas Basin project that we would like to apply in other areas. Our concern is whether we can affirm the perfecting of those. In other words, that we can actually have them recognized by the federal government and be able to use them in time. And also being recognized as the non-federal sponsor in all 4 of those projects so that we can move these credits around. That with these 2 versions, the Senate version is very positive to what the state was looking for, and the House version is we're evaluating. So we look forward to having something that is that would be very favorable for the state. Just to remind everyone, we have approximately $200 million in credits that we think we've earned. You may recall Secretary Crowfoot testified before the Senate EPW committee earlier this year talking about this. And so we will continue to monitor this going forward. I thought I'd just put a picture up there, President Dolan. This is, you may recall, with signing the amendment to the project partnership agreement with Rick Johnson and Colonel Hondura, Rick Johnson of Sacramento Flood Control Association and Colonel Hondura at the Army Corps earlier this year as well.
I was one of many at that.
Oh,
but
excuse me?
yes, the 3 partners,
Yeah.
local, state, and federal. Yeah.
Right.
It's important to do those and highlight that we work together.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, the partnership continues. And then for the work plan, the Army Corps of Engineers work plan was released earlier this week as well. This deals with the FY22 omnibus bill directed to the Army Corps of Engineers within 60 days to prepare a work plan that would provide additional funding to authorize Army Corps projects that were in the FY22 appropriations bill or budget, excuse me, or for projects that were that didn't provide, they're authorized Army Corps of Engineers that may not have received funding by the President's budget or the community project funding requests. The projects that you most are familiar with, the Natomas Basin, West Sacramento, and Lower San Joaquin Levee project all received funding in the President's budget, but the West Sacramento received a plus up of approximately $7 million in this recent work plan. I also have Felix Young of the Army Corps of Engineers on the line, and I'd just like to defer to the Army Corps for if they'd like to add any comments as well. Brian, can we
Oh, all right.
unmute?
Mr. Young?
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, Darren, for your excellent summary. Not a lot to add except for just some background context. As Darren mentioned already, the work plan that came out on release on Wednesday was specifically for the $1.1 billion that was not previously already kind of spoken for across the 5 main accounts of the Corps. So the context there is that California overall benefited from this additional $1.1 billion, not just in the Central Valley, but we also saw some significant support for projects in the Bay Area and Southern California as well. And Darren already mentioned the most important plus up for the Central Valley, which is the $7.39 million for the West SAC project. I also did want to just quickly mention that even though $1.1 billion seems small in the scale of the work that the Army Corps does in the Civil Works program, but it's really in the context of this record appropriations in FY22 of $8.3 billion. So the 1.1 was just a portion of that. This is also following on some successive years of record high appropriations, including influxes, supplemental influxes from 2018, 2019, and more recently, the bipartisan infrastructure plan, known otherwise as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Then also, but also I'd like to remind folks that Congress, also by including earmarks in the last appropriations bill, also took care of some items that may have otherwise been addressed in the work plan in previous years. So this is all kind of bigger picture of bipartisan support for these infrastructure projects that are protecting lives and communities and ecosystems. I also want to quickly give an update. Darren already mentioned the movement on the Water Resources Development Act. At this time, we are responding to questions from congressional committees on 4 different bills at the same time. So there's the Senate and House versions of the word of the bill that Darren already mentioned. And we are also actively working with the committees to answer questions about the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill for federal fiscal year 2023. There's always the ambition to get these bills done before the fall when the election season swings around and overwhelms everything. But we have seen these delays before, and I know that my colleagues are ready to remain flexible. We also thank you in advance to our state and local partners to remaining flexible and responsive to all of us as we work through all of these questions and different timeframes for when the funding should land. And then finally, I will reiterate an offer that we've made before. If you have any congressional requests in the works, please be sure to work with us in the Sacramento District Office so we are aware before Congress gets in touch with us and we can be aligned and have a common understanding of what's going forward. That's all I have for today, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Young, thank you for being online and giving us that information. We of the board and the board staff truly appreciate the partnership we have with the Sacramento District for the Corps and how closely we work together so we can continue to obtain the resources needed to improve the system. So thank you for that. Board members have any questions for Mr. Soon or Mr. Young? Really appreciate this presentation. Anyone in the audience want to say something? Put your thumbs up. Anyone online, Mr. Jones?
No one online, President Dolan.
Okay, then we can proceed to the next item. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Fresh Air, for making that audio so powerful. Item 8A is presentation from the Army Corps of Engineers on levee inspection. Our operations board staff, Mr. Eric Mao, will introduce this item. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Lyons, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, board staff, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Juan Gonzalez from the Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. Juan is the inspection chief at the Corps' Sacramento District, and in January 2021, his team inspected the Brandon Andrus LMD, which stands for the Levee Maintenance District, and Reclamation District 556. The levee inspections can affect a levee system's active status under Public Law 8499. The total length of this levee system is comprised of 29 miles, made up of 4 federal levee segments, as you see on the map. So the arrows are pointing to the federal levee systems. And as you can see, there are also 4 non-project, non-federal levee segments. And those are circled, and then there's a little, just tiny one that connects up near Walnut Grove. The federal levees are operated and maintained by Brandon Andrus, LMD, and also Reclamation District 556. Mr. Gil Labrie of DC Engineering is here today, and he represents the district. The levee system itself is currently inactive under PL 8499, and the LMA is aware of the LOI and SWIFT process, and board staff is ready to assist if needed. Board staff was provided copies of the final inspection report in May of this year, and which we immediately shared with the LMA. After Juan's presentation, Mr. Gil Labrie can speak regarding the maintenance and various improvements that have occurred in the levee system if needed. We're thankful that Gil can join us today and first time to drive up to join us in person. Board staff's role in these inspections include assisting USACE staff by gathering documents such as permits, plans, as-built, and other documents prior to the core inspection. Board staff is generally present for these inspections to ensure USACE and their contractors have proper access. So as you can see, that is the map. RD 556, it's about 40 minutes south of Sacramento, and that's about a 45-minute drive. And like I mentioned, they have 4 federal levee systems and 4 non-fed levees. Next, I would like to show that's the inspection report card that the Corps provides to us. And so here we have some ratings. The U represents likely items or encroachment items that are likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. U, pink, are some serious deficiencies, and the M are the minimally or unacceptable observations not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. Also, A means acceptable, which is good. So usually the Corps provides that to us, and we send that along with the report, a full report to the LMAs. Next slide, please, Ryan. And so this one is a table that board staff generates, and it's to compare the previous inspection in 2012 to the one that was done last year. And so, as I mentioned, A here stands for an acceptable rating, M for minimally acceptable, and U for unacceptable. The green cells represent an improvement from the last inspection. The pink represents conditions that have worsened. Yes. Encroachment issues remain a challenge for the system, with pipe and culverts consisting of almost 40% of the system's encroachment issues. Other areas that require improvement, as you can see, include slope stability, erosion, animal control, veg growth, and depressions. However, the system has improved in their emergency equipment and their flood fight preparedness, and have shown improvements in areas such as seepage, cracking, and settlement in most of the segments. So with that, if there aren't any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Gonzalez for his presentation. And again, Mr. Labrie, who represents the LMA, is also present to answer any specific questions. Thank you.
I think we'll proceed with the Corps' presentation and then ask for questions. Well, the Corps and then the RD representative.
Okay. Thank you, President Dolan.
Who's beeping? We're about to say, if you've got your cell on, put it on mute. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good morning, President Dolan and Vice President Belines and members of the board. Eric, thank you for the introduction there. I'm here to speak about the Brandon Andrus LMD Reclamation District 556 levee system. As Eric mentioned, I am the chief of the inspection section at the Corps of Engineers here in Sacramento District. Appreciate the opportunity to be here in person. So What we're looking at here is a system map for the system, and as Eric mentioned, we've got 4 segments within the system that are federally authorized, and so 2 of the systems, the brown and the yellow here on the map, are on the Sacramento River, and then we've got the 2 other systems, the green and the orange here, that are on the Georgiana Slough. This is in Sacramento County, so the most southern part of the Sacramento County. This system's the portion of the system that we inspected is the federally authorized part, which is almost 29 miles. Next slide, please, Ryan. So you saw the report card before in Eric's presentation. So just to explain a little bit more, to add to what Eric mentioned, we do have pink items here, and so those pink items were previously yellow in the last inspection, and so we have essentially items that were not corrected, and so those just with time turned pink. And so the other thing, just kind of echoing what Eric mentioned, the first 3 items up there, the general items for manuals, flood fight, and emergency supplies equipment, those did improve, and so those are appreciated that we're able to make those improvements on our inspection. There are other items that improved. It's not reflected in here just because of the way that this report card is rolled up. And so it's not to say that things haven't improved, or it's just not reflected on an individual basis here. So on this slide here, we can go through 4 photos. The first photo is showing a concrete culvert. And this culvert's been there for quite some time, and it's essentially an open culvert, open both waterside, landside. There's no closure on it. The bottom of this culvert's about 6 feet from the crown. The second photo there, what we're looking at is a drainage pipe that's coming off of Highway 160, and it doesn't appear to be working as it should. And so there's water that's bypassing that pipe and causing erosion. In this particular location, we have about 3 feet of erosion into the levee. And this is, again, these are just representative photos. There are other areas that have similar issues. Third photo here, we're looking at essentially a pipe in a pipe. And so, so obviously the annular space, the space between those pipes, is obviously allowing water, or potentially allowing water to come through the levee. It's not grouted. There's obviously no closure that can be placed on it, so that's certainly a concern. Fourth photo here, what we're looking at is the landside slope, and so we've got sloughing that's occurring. It's about 100-foot extent, so it's pretty significant. Our inspectors did have conversations with the maintainers, and it sounds like it's a continual problem at that location. It's a very granular material, and it just continues to slough. And so this is a concern for us, just from the size of it and the maintaining the integrity of the levee, excuse me, to hopefully prevent this from becoming a larger problem in the future. I don't have any other slides, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. Photographs are always very powerful. Board members have questions?
Through the chair. On that number 2 slide, did you say there was a highway above that pipe? What's above it?
Yeah, so on the Sacramento River, there's Highway 160.
Okay. And so that pipe is supposed to take off water from the highway, is that correct?
That is correct. It's just surface drainage.
So that's a Caltrans pipe?
Most likely, I couldn't say for sure. We'd have to figure that out. Yeah.
Okay.
That is something that is our enforcement will clarify and investigate.
Yeah, just curious because it looks like it's maintenance problem, but when you're next to a highway would be a Caltrans, issue that they need to resolve. Thank you.
That's a good call out. Any other questions, comments from board members? Mr. Countryman?
I noticed that he had across-the-board animal control for all of the districts. What's the nature of the animals that are, is it beaver? Is it snakes? What is it?
Yeah, thank you for that. What we're looking for is any burrows that, animals that are burrowing within the levee embankment. We do look at both the land side and the water side, and we don't see the animals. Sometimes we just see mounds. Those are typically associated with moles, smaller ones. But I would say that if we're seeing red unacceptable on that report card, these are significant burrows. These are what we would call greater than 2 cubic feet of material that's being displaced out of the levee.
I think it'd be helpful to the board, at least to this board member, if the ones that are significant you actually had photos of that we could see. It helps us understand what needs to be done better than just seeing a color on a chart.
Sure. I'll make a note of that, and we can show some in future presentations.
Thank you.
I'm sure those photos exist. You just chose 4, so it's good to highlight those. That would be good to have. Any other board members? Do we have members of the audience present today that want to comment or ask questions on this presentation on the levee inspections? Do we have the RD person? I know Mr. Mao said your name, but it didn't connect. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name's Gilbert Labrie.
Mr.
I go by
LeBrey.
Gil. I've been the engineer for the Brandon Andrus District for 31 years. Joe knows that. Engineer for 556 for about 6 years. And I think initially it's important on your map, that distinction between that upper 556 and Brandon Andrus. You can look at their map and you can see the amount of land area to support the amount of levee that's got to be maintained is pretty small. So they've been financially strapped for some time. So your vegetation problem is significant on that one. Brandon Andrus, on the other hand, with 13,000 acres, over the last 31 years has probably, with the assistance of the state subventions program, spent over $40 million on the levees. A lot of that is on that circle down on the bottom to some extent, which are non-project levees, and which are the more vulnerable levees, as well as Unit 1, which is Georgiana Slough, because Georgiana Slough was set back in the 50s, and it's a seeping levee. I could tell you a lot of things that the district has been doing on a regular basis. We have spent money on erosion repair on the Sacramento River and on Georgiana Slough. And of course, we've also spent $1 million on the McCollum River way back in 1992. So that they've been a good steward, in my opinion, of the levee. For 7 years, I've been working on a permit from the Corps and the rest of the agencies to repair a 7,200-foot stretch of the Sacramento River below Ileton to Cache Slough for 7 years to get a permit. You may finally see that, I hope, the end of this next month, because we have to go into construction August 1st. It's a $14 million project. 7 doggone years. It's not easy to do stuff. The Sacramento River levee has Highway 160 on it, starting at Ileton. Going up to Walnut Grove, it's a county road. It's an oversized levee. 5 foot of freeboard. It's way over the standard project levee. It's not our problem levee, but we have spent a lot of money. The culvert that you saw, the box culvert in the first picture, is in Ileton. At one point, there was a bunch of canneries in Ileton and asparagus plants. And those box sections is how they transported produce out to ships or to boats for commerce, to take them to the Bay Area and Sacramento. They're all above the 100-year floodplain at the bottom. So we've been through a whole bunch of different high waters since I've been there. They've not been a problem. I have a design to close them off with a cutoff wall. We just have not proceeded with that because we've got other priorities. Yeah. The Caltrans thing, Caltrans fixed. Because we spent, 3 years working with Caltrans on a routine over a guardrail that they wanted to put on the levee side. While we were working on trying to deal with that because it affects our ability to maintain the levee, they put it in. So we ended up with a routine maintenance, long-range routine maintenance agreement with Caltrans. And part of that agreement says if there's a problem, because it's an oversized levee, if it's in a problem that impacts the highway but doesn't get into our levee section, it's your problem. Caltrans. They fixed that. So that's been fixed. The slumping levee section, which is up on 556, the farmer was doing, that's an oversized levee. There's a 50-foot berm on the water side, because that's a setback levee. The irrigation line going through a existing steel pipe is sleeved. It's above the floodplain. So they're all above the 100-year floodplain. But clearly, from the standpoint of being responsible for maintaining the integrity of the levee and dealing with slope, back slope, we're constantly doing that. So they have not, it's just, you're just going from one thing to the other. But I could keep you here all day telling you what this district does because it's a very responsible board of trustees and they've spent a lot of money keeping those levees up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. You're reinforcing, I think, what we have learned and what we do know is what a struggle it is for levee systems in a wet environment of the Delta to do this. So you giving us information on the work you've done. We also are aware that actions subsequent to the inspections have done some improvements. And any way we can help you with Caltrans, let us know. And 7 years for a permit is pretty difficult.
Well, we've submitted stuff to the Corps and the FSRP thing that didn't get done. It got, somebody
yes,
else got
the only
it.
District
Somebody
for
else
that.
got it. So then I've spent 7 years trying to fix something
Right.
that didn't get done.
Thanks for
So-
giving that information. Mr. Countryman, did you?
Well, this 7-year thing seems to be pretty outrageous. If it's maintenance is required to protect the level, what excuse does the Corps give you that it takes 7 years to approve this?
It's major erosion repair. You've got some, you're going into in order to get proper slopes and everything, you're into the water. when I started it, and I apologize if I'm taking too much time, but when I started it 7 years ago, at that point in time, the concept was to get a permit to do the stretch all the way to Isleton, and then do it in phases. Because the district couldn't afford at anyone, but do it in phases. So it started out as kind of a long-range permit. And then under the state subvention special projects program, I submitted it. And it got accepted. So after a couple, so I had something started, but then we got into the special projects end of it. And timing, I've gotten permits from the Corps and then had to go back and get them again while I waited for somebody else because they're only good for 3 years. So you run into some of that. But the biggest in the water, and I've been permitting marinas, you name it, the biggest problem agency that makes the most time is the Corps of Engineers with their Section 7. And now when I send it to the flood, you guys, it goes over for a 408 review. So, it's.
I didn't believe that maintenance was subject to a 408 review.
Well.
Am I wrong about that?
There's somebody, Steve Lamb can comment on that. Seems like everything I've ever submitted to major work like this, we're a 408. Even replacing an irrigation pipe. 408.
Replacing an irrigation pipe requires a 408 review?
If it's a federal levy.
Federal levy, water, yeah, it's painful.
So.
It's more or less ridiculous.
One more thing to look at.
There is a need.
A lot of permits need to be updated.
There is a need for standards that makes that easier for some of those things. There is.
Yep,
A question on the oversized levy. When the Corps does their inspection, do they consider the fact that it's oversized and that?
Not that I'm aware of. And like I say, I've been doing this for 30 years.
I mean, if it's oversized, you can have a lot more things around the levy and still have the integrity of the levy. There maybe the Corps could answer how they consider if the levy's oversized or not.
And partly the reason it's really oversized because it's got Highway 160 on top of it.
Yes.
But then when you got Highway 160, it's difficult to work from the levy.
Very difficult.
So anytime you got to do work, it's got to be done from the water. So you're into barges and then the minute you get into the waterway, you can only put rock below the ordinary high water line between August 1st and October 31st, 3 months out of the year. That's insane. It never used to be that way 30 years ago, but.
There definitely is a seasonality to allowing permit work.
So all of us in the Delta, when we want to do work in the water, we're competing for a small amount of equipment.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the fact you spent $40 million, and how many years has it been?
30.
30. Then you still have all these, unacceptable things. It's sort of distressing. That's a lot of money.
Well, a lot of that's been, pardon me for interrupting, but some of that has been on the land side, dealing with seepage, controlling seepage, French drains. So and then raising the levee crown in areas not on the project levies. A little bit some on Georgiana, that Georgiana slough is not. It may have been a project levy, but it's not where it should have been.
Have you submitted, what do they call it?
Letter of intent.
Letter of intent to I would assume you're worried that you don't have PL 8499.
Not really. Not when pardon me, but given that my worst levees or my most vulnerable are non-project, and the project levy issue is really vegetation, which has got, there's a conflict in that between what the Corps wants and what the subventions program wants. Satisfy subventions.
So it's not likely that you're going to become eligible again for PL 8499 if you haven't submitted that, so.
I know our staff is working on that. Yeah, it's a decision of your district. We appreciate, sir, that you're here today to give us all this.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
We certainly
I
appreciate
should
that
have brought,
you,
I should have brought my hearing aids, but I didn't.
no,
'Cause
we
I can't-
certainly appreciate you being here today to give us that information. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Anything more, board members? Members of our audience in the room? Mr. Gonzalez, do you want to give us some more information?
If I can, please.
Of course.
Just want to speak to some questions that Mr. Countryman had. The 408 process doesn't require, if you're doing maintenance, you don't necessarily need a 408 permit for that. So if you're replacing a pipe in kind, same material, same diameter, that type of thing, you're not required to do that 408 process. Where you get into some issues if you're starting to alter things, changing the elevation, changing diameter, changing material type, changing the functionality, altering the functioning of the system is going to require a 408.
What about the oversized levees?
Yeah, how do you address when you do your inspections? When you do your inspections, how do you account for oversized levy?
So we do look at we do an extensive review of not just the physical levee itself, but we look at the as-built drawings as well. And so we have to understand what the original design was. And so if it showed it as a 40-foot crown or a 30-foot crown, whatever it might be, that's what we're inspecting. That's what we're considering to be the levee.
So you're not doing the inspection based on the standard levee section. You're doing it on whatever it was built to? Is that what you're saying?
Levees can be built to a wider cross-section than what's currently in the policy. And so if it was built to a 30-foot crown width, we're taking that as that's the crown width that's needed to function as a functional levee.
I mean, if you had 100-foot width, would you still be worried about animals, holes?
We would take that into account. And so just like if there was a cutoff wall, we would use our judgment to consider that in the broader aspect.
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Ryan Larson has indicated he's online and can answer some questions. So it's all right with you, I'll call on Mr. Larson. Someone has to give him access.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. This is Ryan Larson, Chief of Levees and Channels Branch in Operations with the Corps of Engineers. I just wanted to speak to a couple comments there. And I'm sorry that it doesn't look like the camera is going to work, so or is going to turn on. So Juan mentioned it here a second ago, but to board member Countryman, absolutely, maintenance does not require Section 408 permission. I'll say it again, maintenance does not require Section 408 permission. If there is some sort of change, if there is some sort of alteration in the activity that is taking place, that change requires Section 408 permission. Changing pipe diameters, installing in-stream woody material. If there's anything in the work that entity is doing that is not covered in the operations and maintenance manual, then that specific change, that specific activity is an alteration, and that activity needs to be reviewed. We would look at that change as the 408 alteration. I wanted to speak to the 7 years because I'm sorry. There have been many changes in that project. Request number 19173 has had many changes over time. There have been things that we've had to go back and reconsult on because there have been changes to the project description. There has been, documentation that we've had to send back to try to get things into a state where we can consult with other agencies. And so, okay, from the time somebody started a submission, it might be a long time, but we have that conversation with board staff and with the requester. Okay, what do you want to do? Make sure that it is clear in your project description. Make sure all your documentation supports what you want to do. Biological assessment for resource agencies, Section 7 consultation, culture report that we use to talk to the SHPO, as well as drawings, plans, and specs. All of these things need to be consistent. And so with this project, there were inconsistencies, and there were changes over the course of time, to the point that, in this 19173, there was a boat dock that's part of the request. So, and that's one of the things that we've had to go back and consult on. So we have been working hard with the board staff and the requester to get this thing done. And so, I think we can see the finish line here. But to everybody, please make sure that you are clear in your requests and make sure all of the supporting documentation, culture reports, resource agency consultation documents are all clear and consistent, so that we can move these things through as efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. We look forward to actually seeing you at some point, but we're glad you're participating today. Okay, one more. We could probably spend the rest of the morning on this. These are very complicated issues, but Board Member Grego?
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. When you talk about 408 changes that are required for maintenance, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the standards that the Corps is requesting has created those changes, does it then spark a 408? It's not done by the RDs or the maintenance area. It was required because it's a standard required by the Corps. Does it still require a 408?
I'm sorry, Board Member Grego, can you give an example?
Oh, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, so if they're going in to do because one of the experiences I've had was when I was talked to the secretary back in DC, and we were working on, getting a 100-year level of protection on projects. But what we noticed with Natomas is they got caught up and standards changed and they lost their 100-year certification. So it was my fear that we would do a project which takes so long to get completed that the standards would change again. And that's why Three Rivers decided to go to a 200-year level over and above what was required. So when you look at maintenance and then standards change with the Corps and you're required to meet those standards, does it then require you to do a 408 because of the changes? I hope I explained that well enough to understand. In my mind, I can understand it. I'm not sure if I explained it well enough for you.
Board Member Grego, this is Ryan Larson, Army Corps of Engineers. The standard that we use to evaluate whether or not there's been a change is the O&M manual and the as-built, for a given area. So if the requester, the entity doing the work, is doing exactly what their as-built and O&M manual tell them to do, as far as pipe sizes, dimensions, then that action is a maintenance action. If there's a change to what is in the O&M manual, if there's a change to what is in the as-built, then that is the alteration. How about that?
Just for clarification, on replacement of a culvert, that's maintenance, right? That doesn't require a 408.
To take out an 18-inch culvert and put in an 18-inch culvert is maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure many of these issues will return with other inspections and as we continue to improve how we work together and clarify permitting. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for the information and the interchange with the board. I'm going to call a 10-minute break at this point, and the next presenters for the Department of Water Resources and others can get prepared. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. The board meeting will reconvene. We all set? What are we waiting for? Okay, we're reconvening. Thank you for that break, a little longer than 10 minutes, but looked like we needed it or wanted it. We now proceed to item 9. This is informational item from and by the Department of Water Resources, also for us. Item 9A is monthly report, which is provided this month by Jeremy Eric, the manager of the Division of Flood Management. And I understand that he is going to be doing this online. Is that correct?
Yes, President Dolan, I'm here online. Hopefully you can hear and see me.
I can both. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I guess I'll start. Good morning, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Jeremy Eric with the Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Management. Thank you for having me here today to give an update on DWR activities. My presentation will be 3 topics that I thought would be of interest to the board, just informational items. I'm going to talk about the, and I'm hoping that Ryan can share the presentation. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Ryan. Talk about the Sutter Bypass East Barrow Canal vegetation removal, the April 2022 Watershed University Summit that was recently held, and then a brief discussion of the CVFPB 2022 update status. Next slide, please, Ryan.
Mr. Eric, the update on the plan is the next item. So
correct. Yes,
wanted to
thank
let
you
you
for
know
that. I don't intend to steal anyone's thunder. I just was going to on behalf of Mary and the team, just make a few minor comments and then turn it over to, I believe, Ruth on that item.
Understood.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to provide some context of the Sutter Bypass East Barrow Canal and DWR's responsibilities before I talk about this specific activity and project. So just momentarily, Ryan, I might ask you to go back and forth, but can you go to the next slide briefly? Because the next slide has a map that I thought would be good context to share while I introduce this item. The Sutter Bypass is East Barrow Canal, as you can see here in the green area on the slide. At least this is a portion of the East Barrow Canal, an 11-mile stretch. Lays along the toe of the waterside east levee of the Sutter Bypass. DWR operates and maintains 3 pumping plants and 2 weir structures, Weir 2 and Willow Slough Weir, in the East Barrow Canal. These facilities require operation and management year-round for proper water management to help control water levels for irrigators, and also managing for fish passage at the weirs. The pumping plants themselves prevent flooding of properties east of the Sutter Bypass on the dry side of the levee. We don't usually think of drought conditions that we're under now affecting our flood management facilities, but the extreme climate conditions we're under have a funny way of creating some unusual situations for us. In this case, back in September of 2021, highly invasive aquatic vegetation, such as yellow primrose, water hyacinth, and hydrilla, started creating thick mats that were clogging the Sutter Bypass East Barrow Canal flood facilities, including the fish ladder structures managed by our Sutter Maintenance Yard. We expected that the cold winter temperatures and flood flows that we hoped to have some of at least would have killed this vegetation and pushed out the mats, but that did not happen this year. Instead, the unseasonably warm winter weather and drought conditions in early 2022 allowed for this invasive aquatic vegetation to continue to form dense, thick mats, covering the water surface from bank to bank across the East Barrow Canal. And as you may know, federal and state listed spring run Chinook salmon run through the Sutter Bypass each year from February to June, relying on sufficient flows and functioning fish ladders throughout the East Barrow Canal to make it to their spawning grounds upstream in Butte Creek by Chico. Well, with this vegetation growing, you can imagine our state and federal partners, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service, were both concerned, as were we, that the thick mats of invasive aquatic vegetation would not allow for effective migration, effective fish migration corridor, as we usually would have for the spring run Chinook salmon to make their way through the Sutter bypass and up to those spawning grounds in Butte Creek. So in January of this year, our flood maintenance and operations branch began coordinating with CDFW and NIMFS over these fisheries concerns, and we worked diligently with them to develop and secure permits for the work to remove this vegetation. Once the permits were received, our Sutter maintenance yard started removing the vegetation on March 11th, and they completed the removal on April 27th. We cleared 4.8 miles, measuring the linear footage over this 11-mile stretch, and about 7,540 cubic yards of invasive vegetation was quantified there. If you could go back one slide, Ryan, to the picture of the excavator. Thank you. So to reduce the chances of fish being scooped up, there were a number of parameters discussed in part of the permit, such as keeping these excavators just scraping the top couple feet of the water surface. But the teams came up with some very, very, very innovative solutions that they tried and succeeded on throughout the project, the 6-week project. But to reduce the chances of fish being scooped up by these excavators, special slotted buckets, as you can see here in the picture, were used to allow water drainage, and fish escaped if they were within that water column that was being worked through. CDFW and NIMS both helped by providing biological monitors to identify any salmon or other fish and wildlife that could be scooped up in these slotted buckets during the process. And fortunately, no salmon were found during the work, although there were many catfish, a couple of turtles, and a single giant garter snake that were found. And all of these were the turtles and the catfish were placed back into the channel. And the giant garter snake was taken out of the work area and handled by CDFW, notifying U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But work didn't need to stop for that, and they were able to carry on. Just want to mention that the collaboration between DWR, CDFW, NIMFS at all levels, from the staff level all the way up through executive leadership, was required and helpful in securing the permits and understanding the nature of the work, the importance of the work, aligning on our goals and objectives for completing the work. And it really enabled the success of this invasive vegetation removal. So at this time, I'm hoping this works. I get to show you a video. It's a really cool video. It's 2 minutes long, featuring our Sutter Maintenance Yard Superintendent, Joel Farias. The video is available on YouTube, and it was produced by our DWR's Public Affairs Office. So Ryan, if you're able to play that video, now would be a great time, and hopefully this works.
So the Sutter Bypass, East Barrow Canal, is one of the main migration corridors for Butte Creek salmon. And it's really important for us to be able to keep this corridor open and allow the species to be able to get up to their spawning grounds. The aquatic vegetation that we're targeting during this project is water hyacinth and yellow primrose. During the drought conditions, these invasives really flourish. The vegetation is dense, it's thick, and grows so fast that it really has choked out the channel, so salmon cannot get through it. So the work that we're doing today, by removing this invasive vegetation, we're able to open up the corridor and allow those fish to go up there. It's been a challenging project, but we have an awesome team. We have a couple of excavators out here working to remove the vegetation. We have some boats pushing the vegetation up to the excavator to try to minimize any kind of impact that we have to this riparian band. We've also utilized like a skyline or a sky rake to be able to drop a rake apparatus on top of the vegetation mat, use a winch to break that vegetation mat free in order for the boats to get in behind it and then push it back over to the excavator. So salmon in California face a lot of challenges. And the last couple of years, the drought has made those challenges even worse. But there's still a lot that we can do for the species. By improving the migration corridor and allowing these fish to get to their spawning grounds, it goes a long way in helping the species recover. So again, great project, great team effort from all the agencies involved, NOAA, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Water Resources, the locals, everybody pulled together to get this work done.
Thank you, Ryan. That came across great on my end, so hopefully it came across well for everyone else. I've watched that video several times, and every time I'm left feeling just incredibly proud of our again the collaborative effort in our Sutter Maintenance Yard team for the innovative work that they do. They came up with most of the solutions with the sky rake and the boats to push out the vegetation, push the vegetation toward the excavators. They initially anticipated about a 6-week work window, and they were almost spot on with that. So great work by our yard and great partnership with the agencies out there monitoring the situation. And we cleared out the vegetation, and we heard from CVFPB throughout the process that many thousands of fish were identified upstream where they needed to be. So it was a successful project. Before I move on to the next topic, are there any questions on that one that any of the board members wanted to ask?
Do board members have any questions? Appears none. Anyone?
No
in the
question.
audience?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next topic. Next, I'd like to highlight the recent Watershed University Summit that was held in late April. I've highlighted these before in the past, and we've talked about Watershed University a bit over the years. This event was hosted by the California Silver Jackets team. As a reminder, because I know some of you may not have heard about the Silver Jackets team before. We've presented, again, in the past, but it's been a little while. Silver Jackets is a forum that brings federal, state, and local agencies together to focus on California's short-term, non-structural flood risk management priorities, and focuses on these non-structural interagency flood risk reduction projects that can be completed in 12 to 18 months. And the idea is to work on projects ahead of and to hopefully help mitigate for or prevent disasters or the consequences of some of those events. I thought this was important to highlight because Watershed University is a free educational and networking opportunity designed for professionals in floodplain management, water management, emergency management, and related fields. So it's really open to any and all. And again, it's just a great educational opportunity and networking partnership. The topics covered during the summit are listed here on the slide. I won't go through all of them. But you can see there were quite a few things discussed, and I'd like to, if you can go to the next slide, Ryan, I'd like to highlight, this is one of the only panels I was able to listen into on non-structural solutions, and I thought it was worth sharing with the board. Partly because I think we need to do more of this. We need to do more of these non-structural solutions in areas that warrant it and where it's feasible. This panel was called National Trends in Non-Structural Solutions, and it featured a case study in Tehama, California. The panelists, which were represented by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as GEI consultants, shared current national trends involving non-structural solutions. They talked about how non-structural solutions to manage flood risk, including structure elevation, flood proofing, and managed retreat, are really gaining momentum nationwide. They also talked about how integrating these non-structural approaches into a flood project can bring additional community benefits and add resilience for long-term vitality of these communities. They presented case studies of non-structural projects from California, as well as outside of California, and invited the audience discussion on benefits and challenges of these types of projects. So for this case study in Tehama, California, which is adjacent to the Sacramento River. It's a small city of about 200 homes, many of which are in the NFIP special flood hazard area and are or were susceptible to major flooding. About 20 years ago, the Army Corps and the city of Tehama partnered to complete a study on how to reduce flood risk. And at first they thought about building a ring levee around the city, but the city had concerns with that from an O&M perspective. And also some of the homes would have had to been demolished and removed in order to construct the ring levee. So instead, the team decided to accommodate flooding and elevate the city's most vulnerable homes. The project was approved and the Corps contributed 65% of the cost to build the project through the Corps' Continuing Authorities Program. The city pulled together funding from the urban housing and U.S. Housing and Urban Development and other sources to substantially reduce the cost to homeowners, as this was important in an area that that falls below the poverty line, and the local residents couldn't pay the cost. So this project is an example of building momentum for non-structural solutions in a community. About half the homes in Tehama are now elevated. And just to wrap up on this topic, the summit, the Watershed University Summit video presentations are currently being made accessible and will be posted on the Watershed University YouTube channel once those files are ready to go. Next slide. Okay. So as you all know, the public draft of the 2022 update of the CVFPB was transmitted from DWR to the board on April 21st. The board noticed the 45-day public comment period set to conclude on June 6th. And as part of this comment period, DWR participated in 3 public hearings in May, led by the board, to present the draft and receive comments. Like we discussed earlier, I think Ruth's going to go into this a little bit more specifically, but upon completion of these, the public comment period, DWR looks forward to working with the board and participating in the board's public workshops as needed this summer to discuss any potential plan revisions and work toward the adoption in the fall. And I just want to say, as always, we greatly appreciate the board's partnership and your important role during the public review process, and look forward to seeing this come through. I've heard good things about the plan. You know, from my perspective, it seems to be very well supported, and kudos goes to the DWR and flood board teams that have been working on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. I think you gave an entree to item number 10, so I'm going to ask our flood planning and program branch manager, Ruth Darling, to provide us with the update of the plans update now that it's in the board's hands. Ms. Darling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Dolan, just wanted to confirm, are we moving on to item 10? Or are you just asking Ruth to comment on DWR's item?
I will.
Okay, thank you.
But because he started it, I'm going to allow our board to do her information, and I'm aware of asking for that. Thank you, though. Good morning.
I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and I'm pleased to be here today to offer an update on the public draft of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, as well as the board's public hearing process that occurred in the month of May. And so, as you're all aware, this is our second update. The 2022 plan, it's been about 10 years, 12 years in the making. It's the state's strategic blueprint for Central Valley flood risk management. It's also a system-wide approach to flood risk management within the Central Valley. And it fulfills the requirements of the Central Valley Flood Protection Act of 2008. Next slide, please. So I did want to highlight here the extensive communication and engagement activities that have occurred for the 2022 update. And so Folks can read this slide, but I think it's really important to point out all the work that went into communication and engagement leading up to the public draft release. We had several board members that helped with elected official outreach briefings, numerous coordinating committee meetings, advisory committee meetings, board meeting updates as well. So I really like this slide to point out how engaged that we've been with the locals, with our federal partners, as well as our other state partners. Next slide, please. So the board did host public hearings after the plan was released. It's a 45-day comment period. There are still comments that can be submitted up until June 6th. And in addition to the public draft of the flood plan, there's also several accompanying documents. That's the State Plan of Flood Control descriptive document, the flood system status report, the conservation strategy update, as well as an addendum to the CEQA PEIR, the programmatic environmental impact report. However, that addendum won't be released until the final flood plan is out. Those other 3 supporting documents can be accessed on the board's website as well as DWR websites for review and comment. Next slide, please. So the public hearings, May 12th, we all met in Stockton, and that public hearing occurred in the evening from 6 to 8 p.m. On May 16th, we were in this room at 10 a.m., and we held a virtual meeting on May 19th. We presented welcome and introductions. DWR provided an overview of the draft flood plan update, and then we opened it up for public comments. And I think that most folks are aware that we didn't get numerous public comments during our public hearing period. And the majority of the turnout was on our Zoom call on May 19th. So we didn't get a lot of folks in person. I think that's a testament to our extensive communication and engagement that led up to the public draft release. In addition, as we're all aware, we're in a pandemic, and I think folks feel more comfortable joining online. So that's something to think about when we plan for our workshops in July and August. In terms of how we choose venues, whether or not we want them hybrid or online only, but we did see more of a turnout on just the Zoom call only. It's also interesting, in the past 2012 and 2017, we did have quite a bit of public involvement in those updates. I think in 2017, through the board's workshops, we were making edits to the final plan, a week before adoption. That had a lot to do with how we described multi-benefit projects and the definition of that we worked really closely with locals on. And so the board always provides that opportunity for folks to have a pretty great dialogue, open dialogue with our constituents. So I think it's important to think about how we could probably continue to engage through our workshop process. And some of the messaging that we can work with DWR on the importance of the flood plan. I realize that we're in a drought, so most folks are focused on the drought. And again, COVID cases are on the rise as well, so things to think about. But there's lots of innovation that are happening surrounding flood waters. I think board member Countryman will speak later on a tour we just took this week that address those issues of capturing floodwaters, the ongoing requirements for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, all these initiatives that work together to help implement priorities within the flood plan and priorities of the state. So that's what I'll be working on and asking for guidance and support from board members on potential key messaging as we work through the public workshop and also the final update to the plan. Next slide, please. So there's still time to comment. The comment period ends June 6th. There's the directions on how to comment on this slide, so they can be submitted electronically to the address on this slide, or they could also be submitted through mail, and that address is also on this slide. This is also posted on DWR and the Flood Board's website. Next slide, please. Are there any questions for me or comments, thoughts?
Thank you for that presentation. Let me do it in this way because the two items, number 9 and 10, kind of melded. So let me ask, does the board have any questions on the DWR's cellular bypass invasives work or presentation on the Watershed University? I don't see any. Anyone in the audience on that? Mr. Eric's presentation? Anyone online? Mr. Ryan, got any hands up on that?
No one online.
Okay,
President Dolan.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eric, for those presentations. Interesting, and the video is pretty. Now, does anyone have
Thank you.
comments or questions or input on our board staff's presentation on plan update?
I'm just curious, are we getting a lot of online comments?
I'm not certain of the numbers right now that have come in so far, but the comments that we received through the public hearing process was pretty low.
Right. So we don't know what's coming in online yet.
I don't have an idea of what we've received so far.
From my perspective, I certainly would agree with your observation that the number of outreach events that we had, so many of them were very active and robust when we did I don't know how many numbers there were, to local maintaining agencies, the regional flood management planning groups, boards of supervisors, city councils, local government committees. There was a lot of participation and questions, so it's, I'm hoping people feel like we wanted to hear from them and that they had that opportunity. And we'll continue to do that up to the point we decide to amend and then adopt the update. Yeah, thanks. Any other input, board members? Anyone here in the audience want to provide some input or questions regarding the plan update process? I don't see that. Do we have any hands raised online, Mr. Jones?
We have a hand from Board Member Ramirez.
All right, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you, President Dolan. Can you hear me okay?
I can. I guess that means everyone can.
I assume if you can, others can as well. I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thanks, Ruth, for the background. I think maybe we shouldn't be surprised that we were underwhelmed so far anyway with the comments. And I just wanted to let folks know that I think we're going to work hard to set the workshops up in a way to get some additional feedback. One of the things that occurred to me listening to our presentations, and I mean the board and the departments, is that we struck a chord both for the urgency of the issues, but also at the same time suggested that everything was, I want to oversimplify, but getting better and fine. And floods are a hard thing maybe to raise during a drought, but I think we need to find a way to do that so that we can make sure that we hear from the people that we know are out there and try to create some momentum, I guess, for this discussion during July and August. So I just wanted to put that flag up and let people know that I think we'll be working to do that with our president.
Thank you. I don't know if you can see us, but we're all nodding in support of what you said, Mr. Ramirez. Okay.
I can see you. Thanks, President Dolan.
Oh, all right. It's interesting what you can see, what we can see. We'll work all this out. I like the hybrid, but there are some things that we still need to learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's proceed to item 10B, information from our policy advisor, Mr. Soon, on horseshoe area maintenance formation. Hopefully this is not super long, but we'll see. And then after this item, we'll take a break.
Sounds good.
Good morning again.
Good morning again, President Dolan, Vice President Lyons, members of the board, Darren Soon with board staff. As you just heard the update from Ms. Darling about our plan, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan 2022 update, this board has made a priority of operations and maintenance, and it's highlighted in the plan itself, spotlighted in there, the cost of operations and maintenance, as well as the cost of the backlog of deferred maintenance. So to that end, this area, this horseshoe area maintenance formation, this board staff has been trying to work with RD 784 and the landowners to facilitate conversations to ensure that this area is maintained. I just wanted to start out by pointing and reminding folks where we are in the vicinity. And then today we'd like to provide a status of those conversations and seek direction from the board at this time. So as you can see up here on the slide, the horseshoe area in the somewhat almost lower left corner there, just to the west of Wheatland, east of Plymouth Lake, south of Yuba City. The creek areas, I believe it's Reed Creek on the north. There's a lot of purple lines up there, but the northerly purple line, the Reeds Creek, Hutchinson's Creek, Best Slough, and then similarly along the yellowish line, Dry Creek, and then Bear River just to the south there, underneath that pinkish line. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. This is just a blown up area, so you can see the horseshoe levee itself in red. The portion along the West Pacific Interceptor Canal, the East Bank there, and then the southerly portion which borders along Bear River, and then the areas that we're discussing are the areas contained within that levee. So, I'm sorry, next slide, please, Ryan. So a couple of years ago, September 2019, we understood that RD 784 desired to no longer maintain this area. Subsequently, Executive Officer Gallagher received a letter in October from RD 784 of the RD 784 board's resolution of that desire to no longer maintain the area. There's a lot of things that's transpired. I won't read everything verbatim here, but we heard from Senator Nielsen and Assembly Member Gallagher on the desire for the board to direct 784 to continue maintaining the area. While it's not something that we can necessarily do, we definitely wanted to provide a forum for discussion in the hopes that there would be a resolution to the matter between the two parties. To that end, we participated in a couple meetings hosted by Senator Nielsen with board members, a couple board members present, board member of the Alliance and board member Countryman, in addition to representatives from RD 784, the landowners, and board staff. Unfortunately, I believe at this point in time, we've reached an impasse. The conversations doesn't seem to be able to proceed much further in terms of not needing to form a maintenance area. And by the way, I want to add Patrick Maher, general manager for RD 784, is also in the audience if you'd like to ask questions about any meetings that between the parties specific to their conversations. So ultimately, in the end, just in May, we received word that through their special meeting, RD 784 board special meeting, that they wish to continue with the MA formation process. Now, during this time, the board staff has worked with DWR to proceed with the MA formation as is required by water code, but again, while allowing these conversations to continue. So next slide, if you can go to, Ryan. So I just wanted to point out in water code, the local agency, if they no longer desire to continue and operate and maintain, the board or department shall establish the amount of money necessary, the statement of necessary work, and shall proceed with the formation of the maintenance area. And so we have proceeded with staff work in having conversations in terms of determining the budget amount for the DWRs and the board's work to that what it would take to form an MA. But we have not yet taken formal action. This is something that we would bring back to you for that decision, as well as adopting the statement of necessary work, to which we have provided to RD 784. They have returned a desire to not protest that work amount. And if you could go to the next slide, please, Ryan. So if things proceed accordingly, we would expect no earlier than the June meeting to come before you for a decision to adopt this statement of necessary work as per water code, and then begin the MA maintenance area formation process, which would include developing a boundary map, determining zones of assessment for the areas that would be within the maintenance area, and then coming back to the board for a public hearing to talk about the map and take public comments, and then proceed in the orders outlined here on this slide. Eventually, through subsequent board meetings, creating the maintenance area, adopting the California Environmental Quality Act document, CEQA document, and then completing the MA formation. So that's the gist of the process, very roughly, and be happy to take any questions at this time. Yes, Board Member Countryman.
So to get to that last item, the maintenance area is formed. Does the RD 784 continue to maintain the levy until that time?
I'll defer to G2 for that answer, but I believe that is the case.
That is correct. It is still the RD's responsibility to maintain that portion until such time a maintenance area is formed. And it is my understanding, I know Jesse Barton, counsel for RD 784, is here in the audience today. He can speak to it, but it's my understanding they are currently maintaining and doing the work to maintain and operate that levy.
Perhaps I could ask the representatives of the RD to come forward.
Absolutely, thank you.
Maybe we could just have that slide that shows the steps. Go back one. Thank you. That would be good. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Mike Villains, and members of the board. My name is Patrick Marr, and I'm the General Manager for RD 784.
Good morning.
Good morning. So do you have some specific questions you'd like to start out with?
Did the board have particular questions?
I have a
Board
question.
Member Grego?
Sure.
Yeah, just for clarity, the reason why 784 is requesting to not maintain that area, is it financial reasons?
It is. RD 784 does not have the funds to operate and maintain the horseshoe levee. The area is not currently being assessed.
Currently not being assessed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
I had the impression that at one time that they were assessed. Is that?
They were. The horseshoe levee area was assessed up until 2018-19 time period. It was assessed at approximately $4,000 a year is what we were collecting, which wasn't nearly enough to operate and maintain that horseshoe levee. And because of some litigation issues, we are no longer able to assess that area because of a settlement that took place because of a LAFCO situation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, will you turn on your mic though? Tim can't hear you.
Mr. Valines?
Thank you. You had tried to assess it, though, is my understanding, right? You tried a public process to assess it, and then that, what you just described occurred?
Yes. During that time period, RE 784 was going through a 218 process, and the first step was to adjust the district boundaries. And so we went through that process, and because of a dispute with one of the landowners, that it turned out to where we had to reverse the process and reverse the process that was where the boundaries were readjusted. And because of that, we weren't legally able to include the rural side in the 218 process.
Any other questions from the board? I don't see any hands up. Looks like you have some backup.
Okay.
What are you saying?
He's pushing him forward.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jesse Barton, General Counsel for Reclamation District 784. And I was just supporting Patrick. I was waiting for a motion, but he answered all the questions the same way I would have. And if there's anything to elaborate, a critical element in this situation, excuse me, has been that the horseshoe levee area, the area encompassed within those levees, is not entirely within Reclamation District 784's jurisdictional, its political boundaries. And so in order to really start that Prop 218 process, we had to go to LAFCO and annex those additional areas that were encompassed by the property. Because obviously, if we assess only the properties within the jurisdictional boundary, there are approximately 2/3 of the lands not within our jurisdictional boundaries. We had no authority to assess those properties. And so the first step, as Patrick points out, is we had to go to LAFCO and ask for permission to annex those lands. The annexation went through, and then when the district and LAFCO were ultimately sued by the landowner, by a landowner within those lands that were annexed, and as a result of a settlement, the district agreed to de-annex those properties, detach, not de-annex, detach those properties from the district, and because at that point, we were already proceeding down a Prop 218 process for the urban side. There's an urban side to this district and a rural side. And we thought, well, what we're going to have to do is let's focus on the urban 218 process. We always envisioned we may have to do that separately because of litigation. So we went through that 218 process for the urban side, passed it, and then just upon further examination and conversations with people who live within the horseshoe levee, we just didn't see any path forward at all under which we could annex those lands and allow the district to start a 218 process and annex those properties. And so we had no choice. I mean, we can't assess lands not within our jurisdictional boundaries. And if we try it, we're just going to get sued again. And at some point, or at that point, I just said, the board made the decision that, hey, listen, we've tried multiple times. And this particular 218 process was not the only time we tried. The board has been trying to include those lands in an assessment process under which they would pay more than $4,000 for the entire area. You can imagine that's not enough to properly O&M the multitude of miles that encompass those lands. We've tried numerous times. Last time was the annexation. That failed. Couldn't do the Prop 218. And so the board said, with advice and recommendation from me, frankly, said, I don't see how you guys can accomplish this. I think your only alternative at this point is to turn it over to the state. The state has more ability to do the sorts of things, in my opinion, than the reclamation district.
Mr. Barton, I remember your presentation before. I think that I said, we'll probably see you again. So here you are, and we're going to see you again, because it's my understanding that when this request is made, we need to proceed under the provisions of the water code. So
Yes.
we cannot, this is informational today. We're not taking that action at this point, but
Of course.
Being reminded of the background is always helpful for our deliberations.
Well, thank you. I wished it had turned out differently, but yes, I am back.
It does appear there were many attempts.
There have been, yes.
Even our state legislators got
Yeah.
involved. They're good people. They couldn't do it. Board members have any questions or input? Board member Grego?
Thank you. So this area that you described being 2/3 that was out of the district, the RD, was it in another RD or was it just in nowhere land?
It was not in an RD land. It is simply, we have tried to understand, we being the district, have tried to understand why those lands were never included within the original jurisdictional boundary of RD 784, and unfortunately the records are not clear. But that area was carved out of the district's jurisdictional boundaries when it was formed. And I have been unable to find an explanation.
That would have been decades ago, right?
Absolutely, yes. RD 784, 20s? Formed 20s?
It was 1908.
1908,
Oh, century ago.
yes.
Probably handwritten records.
Yeah. We probably couldn't read them even if we found them.
If they exist, could have been a handshake. It's hard to know. Okay.
It's interesting because, through LAFCO, they have the municipal service reviews, and those are reviews of, government, who covers what. And I'm surprised it wasn't picked up during that time. I'd be curious to look at the MSR to find out what was said in regards to those properties.
My recollection was that the MSR did include the area within RD 784's sphere of influence.
Okay.
So they expected the increase, but that is not necessarily the same thing as a full-on annexation. They say, well, we anticipate this will occur.
Yeah.
And we filed the application for the annexation, and then it went through, and like I said, not to be completely redundant, but the lawsuit prevented that from being completed.
Wow, because that's the natural progression, your
Correct.
sphere of influence. This is where you annex for your services, and you would think that that would be just easy peasy. Obviously not.
We thought so too.
I anticipate that the staff report on these deliberations and decision, if there is one, will be voluminous and interesting. There's two of us that have served on LAFCOs of local boards, so we'll know this, but it can be convoluted.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Anything further? District, Mr. Soon?
Oh, yeah.
Is someone standing because he wants to talk or not? Okay.
Thank you, President Dolan. Just to reiterate, so, board staff, in order to comply with water code, we took steps to begin the formation process, but we had also hoped that there'd be some resolution between the RD and the owners. And given this juncture, staff is recommending to continue to proceed with the formation and bring back a decision of action for you to adopt the statement of necessary work at that time.
Looks like we do have some public comment. So let me first ask if there's anyone present in the room that wants to comment on this matter. It's an informational item, 10B, horseshoe area maintenance area formation issue. I see no one rising here in the room, and I understand we have two who have indicated hands up online. Stuart Hansen, I will call on you first, Mr. Hansen. It looks like we have you, but you're muted, Mr. Hanson.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. Thank you, President Dolan, for this opportunity and members of the board. I'm one of the landowners within the Horseshoe area. We own a ranch called Shady Oaks Ranch, and I'm speaking on behalf of our property and the adjacent property, which is owned by David and Becky Gibb, and they are cattle ranchers. We grow rice and a little bit of walnuts. The history of this goes way back, and I think the key events that occurred prior to the period of time that Mr. Marr and Mr. Barton just described. About 12 years ago, let me back up. We've been in the district for many, many years. This property's been in our family since the early 1970s. And my understanding is that for about 70 years, the assessment system for 784 included the horseshoe levy as one component of the entire district. So the costs of operating and maintaining the horseshoe levy were included in the entire district budget. And those costs were spread around all of the properties within the district. And the ag properties within the horseshoe area, which is the area encompassed by the levy, those ag properties were given a very low benefit basis. And as a result, we paid up until fairly recently about $4 an acre, which, we've always said we're willing to pay more than that to reflect modern increases in expenses. But the key thing is the horseshoe levy was an integral part of the overall district. About 12 years ago, for reasons that were never clearly explained to us, the 784 board made the decision that the horseshoe levy was a quote unquote separate levy system, and it was going to stand alone, if you will, and 100% of the cost of, and it only protected the ag properties within the horseshoe area, and 100% of the costs of that levy were going to be charged to the ag properties. And if you look at 784's resolution from 2019, it says quite clearly, if we assess the cost of the horseshoe levy to the ag properties now within our RD boundaries, the cost is going to be $199 an acre. So we would go from $4 to $199. If the costs were spread among the additional properties within the horseshoe area, the ones that 784 annexed for a brief period of time, then the cost would drop to about $75 an acre. So we go from either $4 to $200 an acre or $4 to $75 an acre. And again, the problem began when 784 decided, despite at least 70 years of practice in engineering and legal, that we're going to carve out the horseshoe levy and we're now going to treat it as a separate levy protecting, quote unquote, only the ag properties, and they're going to pay 100% of the costs. So there's 12 years of history here. I mean, I'm not going to, I have a lot I could say, but I'm going to show some mercy to all of us and try to condense it here. 784 annexed the additional ag properties, and one of the landowners said, well, wait a minute, I never historically flooded. Why am I being brought into 784? And that was the reason for the lawsuit. During the lawsuit, the Yuba County judge said, he agreed with the landowner and said, 784, if you want to assess this gentleman's property, show the court that the horseshoe levy actually protects his property. In other words, that he actually receives a benefit for which he can be assessed. That was 784's chance right then and there to prove its claim that the horseshoe levy benefits and protects the ag properties and only the ag properties. I mean, if it's so clear, it should have been pretty simple to come into court and prove it. Instead of doing that, 784 went to the landowner and quietly settled, and then detached him from the district. And we're now we being the remaining properties within the district boundaries, we now are again looking at $199 an acre, or, you know, some enormous increase from historically what we have paid. Your board is well aware of the hardships we would suffer as ag owners from increases in assessments of this magnitude. You all discussed that in your December 2019 meeting after Mr. Barton's presentation. And I think board member Countryman put it pretty well, unfortunately, when he said, we're going to end up foreclosing on farmers. It's just, you know, beyond any kind of contemplation that the ag operations can afford to pay assessments of the magnitude we're talking about here. Most importantly, another key fact is that the horseshoe levee was built as part of what's called the Western Pacific Intercepting Channel or Canal. And if you look on a map, anyone, even a non-engineer, can see that the WPIC intercepts the historic creeks and the flood channels and then collects and reroutes those waters down next to our properties. It's very, very clear. In fact, if Mr. Swen's second slide up there showed quite clearly, when you look on the other side of the WPIC, you can see all the development that's gone on in Plumas, in what's called Plumas Lake. There have been hundreds of millions of dollars of homes and commercial developments that have occurred over there, and more are planned. There are older areas that used to suffer flooding in Olivehurst, Linda, and Arboga. And over time, flood improvements have been built to protect those areas, and that water's been rerouted into the WPIC. And again, the WPIC is a man-made flood diversion system. And they took all that water that used to flow across Plumas Lake and flood those poor folks in Olivehurst and Arboga and wherever, and they rerouted it and they collected it and they sent it all down our way next to our properties. We don't object to any of those improvements, and we certainly don't object to the development in Plumas Lake. It's good for Yuba County, but we certainly object to being, you know, put out of business in order to pay 100% of the cost of a levee that was built to contain those rerouted floodwaters. When that rerouting allowed those hundreds of millions of dollars of developments to occur. And again, historically, these costs were just spread over the whole district. And in effect, the people who benefit, and I'll point to Plumas Lake as a prime example, they paid part of the cost of the horseshoe levee. So we're not asking for anything to change. We're saying, why can't we keep it the way it used to be? And we pay what ought to be charged to an agriculture property, which receives minimal benefit. And, you know, you could argue zero benefit because, again, the horseshoe levee, it was built to contain man-directed floodwaters. So,
Mr. Hanson?
yes.
This is Jane Dolan. I want you to know that I truly like to accommodate public comments, but this is an informational hearing, and we are informational matter. We will have a hearing on whether or not we're going to proceed. So I'm not exactly sure if everything said today carries as formal input once we have that hearing.
Sure. Sure.
So,
I appreciate that. And as I said, I tried to cut my remarks short, but after 12 years, you know, there's a lot. But in any event, I'll yield my time, so to speak, and again, appreciate the opportunity to address the board. Thank you.
when we do agendize this, we'll look forward to your comments again.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Did not mean to interrupt you. Just want to make it clear we're only taking information today.
Sure.
Now, I have two other hands raised online, Mr. Manning, Mr. Eric. So with that preamble from me, let me call on Mr. Manning and ask that the comments stay within 3 minutes. Mr. Manning?
Yes, good morning, board members. I wanted to provide a little bit additional information and put some meat on the bones and give you the perspective of us. And appreciate Stuart filling in a lot of the gaps. I would just say that the idea that 784 is not assessing the folks because of litigation, I think is disingenuous. They lost. And so what they lost at is about analyzing the benefit. And so the crux of the issue that we're dealing with, and if you looked at the slide, I don't know if it can be pulled up, the second slide of Mr. Swen's presentation. If you look at that slide, you'll see that the horseshoe levee is up gradient. Yes, it's up gradient. It is higher elevation than the area where all those homes are. And we understand that it most likely the board has to take over maintenance of this area. What happened was Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority came in and fortified all of the levees within 784's boundaries to a 200-year level of protection, but left this out. And what that means is the levee on the west side of the Interceptor Canal acts as a dam, as does the horseshoe levee itself. The real crux of the issue that we're going to deal with in the long term, to give you a little bit of preview, is how do you analyze the boundaries of the maintenance area? When you look to analyze the boundaries of the maintenance area, there are two distinct views on that. One view is that you do a breach analysis, meaning you punch a hole in the horseshoe levee and then you fill up the bathtub. All other levees within 784 hold, and then the bathtub just fills up and we'll see who has water. That's the view that has been taken thus far. Our view, based on case law and I think proper analysis, is what is the historical flooding without the project works of 784, what area would be subject to flooding? We've had many meetings on this. At one point in time, the breach analysis was called the policy. Member Countrymen and Valines were told that was the policy of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. We have asked for specific information on that. It is not the policy of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. It is not the policy of the state. And so what we are going to be wrestling over, we as a community are going to be wrestling over, is how do you form the boundaries of that? And so when we get into a greater presentation outside of this informational analysis, that will really be the crux of it. And what we would request is that, and we've had discussions, we're going to be discussing with state engineers, our analysis that we are doing to determine the boundary areas. And we're going to be discussing that with them. So that's really where the main issue is going to lie, is how do you look to form the boundaries? And it's a policy question that you will have to decide. You're going to have to decide, how are we going to instruct everybody to analyze this? Are we going to punch a hole in the levee and fill up the bathtub and see whose floods?
Mr.
Or are
Manning?
we going to look at what is the long-standing history of flood control out there?
Mr. Manning?
Yes.
This is President Dolan. I'm sorry to say that it appears that you are saying what we've already heard, and this is all comments that certainly will be part of the board's decision going forward, and not today at an informational matter.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just wanted to talk a little bit about, reflect what 784 was saying. They got quite a bit of time as well.
Yes, understand. Thank you, sir. Jeremy, Eric, do you want to comment on this? Did you have your hand up on this?
Yes, thank you, President Dolan, members of the board. Again, Jeremy Eric with Department of Water Resources. I just wanted to inform you, and Darren, I appreciate the update today, and hearing the progress on this. And on the note that it possibly could come back to the board next month, our flood maintenance and operations and maintenance branch did the statement of necessary work cost estimate back in October of 2021. And we anticipated possibly having, if this went forward in a reasonable time, we anticipated possibly having to do the maintenance this current spring. And since that's not happening, we want to make sure that the board is aware that we may need more time to reassess. We will need more time to at least check the statement of necessary work and see if the costs need to be revised at all. We'll need to just revisit the condition of the levees to see if any of the conditions have changed. And also based on our current experience with various projects, some of the unit costs for equipment, materials, labor have increased. So I'm not saying that the cost will change, but just wanted to give the board a heads up that we'll need a little bit of time to assess that to see if it does need to be changed. And if it did need to be changed, then the statement of necessary work would require another 45-day protest period, is my understanding.
Understood. Thank you for that heads up. I'm actually going to call a close on this because it's informational, and my perception is we're really moving into hearing and we can't take that transcript today. So I want to thank you all for your input and presentations. And I want to ask a question of the board. We're at the time when if it were just up to me, I would call for a break. But it is 11:38, which is typically lunchtime. And I'm going to switch items. We'll take the Reclamation District 1000 if we take a break, and then we'll go to the items that are purely board and department staff who need to be here. We've had some others waiting. I didn't anticipate that would take so long. Does the board want a break? Number one, do you want to take RD 1000 and then break? Which do you want? Go forward. Okay, I will switch that. We're going to take item 10D, D as in Dolan, Reclamation District 1000, Scene Levies Saves Lives campaign. Annalise Kalisco is going to introduce this item, our board member. It's still morning, so good morning.
Good morning. Angeles Calizo, well, good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Angeles Calizo, Board Enforcement Section Chief. And I'm here this morning to provide you, along with Mr. Kevin King, who's Reclamation District 1000 General Manager, and providing you an informational briefing regarding their campaign, Seeing Levees Saves Lives, which is intended to address high hazard vegetation along the Garden Highway along the Sacramento River. The district began outreach to the affected landowners and held 2 community meetings already. I participated in those community meetings. The district's initiative we appreciate the district's initiative to address the vegetation along Garden Highway. And staff looks forward to working with the district and supporting it in addressing many of the other encroachments that exist within their jurisdiction in order to retain Public Law 8499 eligibility. And now I will turn it over to Mr. King to provide you with more of the details of the presentation.
We'll wait till the end of the presentation before I ask for board or other comments. Still good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, board members, staff, and public, for allowing me the opportunity to come and give you a briefing this morning about our project. I am Kevin King. I'm the general manager of RD 1000. I started the district in 2019, and we have a lot of things going on in our district with the Natomas Basin Levee Improvement Project. I do want to point out and thank Darren for his continued effort and support of RD 1000 and working on legislation for us over the last 2 years. Unfortunately, those things didn't go through, but extremely important, and I appreciate the continued work to secure funding for us. I want to talk to you after the meeting because I have another approach too. So continue to fund. I believe the Flood Association recently, and I could have the figure wrong, but there's about $42 billion of flood infrastructure deferred capital needs in the state. It's currently funded at less than $2 billion a year. And so, you know, the darling of the ball is always water resources, which is rightfully important, but there's a second component. And so, anyway, thank you, Darren. Thank you, board, for continuing to push for that legislation and funding because it is direly needed. I wanted to give you an overview of our project and what we're doing here, our approach, the engagement that we've reached out to the community with, our next steps, and then open it up for input and discussion. I promise I won't keep you before lunch too long. Next slide, please. So our Saving Levees Save Lives project, the project intent is to reestablish access and visibility along Garden Highway, specifically the Sacramento River East Side Levee. And so this is one of the graphics that we came up with, is literally being able to see down to the Sacramento River, the toe of the embankment from Garden Highway. Next slide. Sacramento River East Side Levee is at the confluence of two major river systems in California, and the American and Sacramento rivers converge at probably our most vulnerable point in the levee system around the Sand Cove area. Obviously, the 42 miles of exterior levee system are currently undergoing fortification to reach 200-year flood protection, and billions of dollars have been spent both locally, state, and federally. And so we appreciate that need to fortify the exterior system. However, we still have numerous encroachments and unacceptable ratings, both from the Corps and from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and our spring and fall levee inspection reports. So I'll go through some examples of those today. Next. RD1000, for the public, and obviously you guys know our role as the local maintaining agency. The flood agencies that we work with are numerous. Sacramento County and the city of Sacramento are the floodplain managers. So they have a role in land use planning for our district. Obviously, SAFCA is extremely important and secured the funding for us to move forward with the local portion of the funding for the exterior levee system, FEMA, the Corps, yourselves. And so there's various things and various standards, and sometimes they're not necessarily in conflict, but there's differences in approach and requirements of O&M manuals and requirements for FEMA and to maintain PL 8499 status. And so we try to communicate that with the property owners. We obviously are not the enforcement agency. That's your role, as well as the Corps. And we try to communicate that with the public, that we're really their local partner and an advocate for them in making sense of things. There's 12 full-time employees at the district, and we cover 120,000 plus and growing rapidly population. 3 major transportation corridors run through the middle of our district, as well as an international airport, with numerous development projects in the works with anticipated sales tax revenue, gas tax revenue, you know, the city's general plan for expansion, bond issuance that have been issued out, and growth is happening, and we are trying to be prepared for that and making sure that things happen within the basin to keep the promises that have been made to the residents in Natomas. Next slide. So I want to go into detail a little bit about the Corps' O&M manual. Part 3, which is a supplement to Unit 124, does recognize that the improved levee system that's been constructed, setback levee, adjacent levee, cutoff walls, the robustness and the over widening of the levee system, while it does present you know, significant strengthening of the levee system, still required at the conclusion of the construction project that, you know, there's a vegetative variance that they're currently considering, you know, updating their O&M manual. I spoke to Ryan Larson earlier this week, and they're making strong progress on that update. However, direct quote from that is that the modified waterside access and visibility requirements from the standard and supplemental O&M manuals for vegetation and encroachments, with the condition that visibility and access are maintained. The modified requirements are presented herein. So next slide. Again, more detail about this from this section specifically on a vegetative variance that we're working with and working with the Corps to allow for vegetative variance because of the strengthened levee system. That this does require that existing hedges and other vegetation that are presently present roadside visibility of the slope be appropriately trimmed or otherwise relocated or removed. This condition must be achieved by the time common features in Thomas project is complete. That date, depending on availability of borrow material, could be as soon as 2025, may get pushed back as the Corps is trying to locate resources and materials to complete remaining portions on reaches E, F, and G. Could be 2026, but the goal is 2025. And so to submit our letter of map revision, the district, the city, the county are currently working on updated hydraulic model, spending significant funds to do that so that we can prepare and map the residual floodplain as well as remapping the existing floodplain. Hasn't been updated in about 30 years. We are working together that process to be able to submit that letter of map revision by 2024. This also requires recertification by the certifying engineer, who is Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers, working on behalf of all of the agencies in the Natomas Basin for flood control. Rick, unfortunately, was going to join me today. His daughter is graduating, and so the luncheon started about 5 minutes ago. So Rick, thank you. He has helped significantly in us understanding what we need to do. Rick's firm in 2019 helped us through the FMAP grant program to do swift preparation. And so we did an inventory and he determined there were about 100 properties on Garden Highway that he could not, as the certifying engineer, submit to FEMA in good conscience with the high hazard encroachments on these 100 properties. It's mainly vegetation, landscape vegetation that's existing and unpermitted by the flood board. And so Rick asked us, in order to keep process and pace with the requirements from the Corps manual, as well as our letter of map revision, and to be certified by FEMA in hopefully 2025 at the conclusion of the Corps project, that we need to start addressing these things immediately to keep pace. Significant risk, obviously, to the district and Natomas should we not meet that deadline. And there's a large expectation that that happens. Flood insurance requirements are placed on Natomas. There was previously a building moratorium placed in the Natomas area. And I'll go through some dates and details on that. There's a lot riding on establishing access and visibility for RD 1000 from the roadside to look down to the river's edge. So next slide. This is a vegetation variance. This is figure 1 from the supplement, part 3. I did talk to Ryan, I believe on Wednesday, and I think Ryan's on the line still. The Corps has currently reviewed this. They are finished with their review of this portion. Fairly certain that this is the final version that's going to be included in the update. But they're working, they've closed this chapter and they're working on other chapters, so to speak, in their manual. And so we're hopeful in the next few months that supplement will be approved and in place. So this is the vegetative variance that recognizes the improved levee system over widened adjacent cutoff wall. It is one levee system in our determination, as well as the Corps, as well as our engineers, that the levee is still one levee. The levee prism did not move inward with the adjacent levee, and that we still need to maintain access and visibility down the Sacramento River east side levee slope to the river. The vegetative variance allows for basically 4 different zones and calls for the vegetation that's allowed to exist in those zones. And so very detailed here. I don't expect you guys to be able to see this very clearly, but it is on our website. We have it in our community presentations that we've provided, and you can download that PDF and hopefully zoom into that. If not, reach out to me, and I would be happy to share this with you. Next slide. So the date and background here, in 2010, I won't take too long here, the Corps did a periodic inspection, concluded our system was unacceptable due to encroachments in vegetation, and our levees were decertified. Big mistake. In 2013, they came and did a re-inspection. The overall system rating is now minimally acceptable. Vegetation encroachments continue to be unacceptable, and continued progress on vegetation encroachment maintenance should be completed during the 2-year time period between approval of your letter of intent and submittal of your SWIFT. Our SWIFT is still in process, and it's kind of waiting for the updated O&M manual and kind of working on congruent paths there. But as soon as that's approved, we got to go. And we know for certain, nearly certain, that the vegetative variance that was displayed on the previous slide is what we're going to be afforded. And so we're trying to communicate that with the public and work with them. We've secured funding through the FMAP program this year with about almost $500,000 that we're offering to the 100 property owners to trim back, modify, to reestablish access and visibility for those 100 properties. And so we're working through that process to make this available to them. Otherwise, we have a second schedule with our contractor. If the property owners absolutely do not want us on there and want to choose a different path forward, they have that option as well. And we'll use the funding on our property and other parts of the levee system, just as we have the last 3 years. We've been extremely grateful and thankful for the FMAP program that DWR has extended to us. It's the most fantastic grant program I've experienced in my career. Next slide. So this was the 2013 reinspection. You can still see unit 1 there, still unacceptable for encroachments and unwanted vegetation. Next slide. Let's talk about what you guys do for a second here. After, and I'll get to it in just a second, this 197 from the 2013 Corps reinspection were unacceptable encroachments. So next slide. Next. So let's talk about what you guys tell us for a second here. We still have a minimally acceptable rating. The landscape vegetation prevents the ability to see waterside slope and will make it difficult to access for flood fight. This was our fall inspection report from 2021. These are some of the examples directly from the fall inspection report, and I know it's hard to see, especially if you're on a smaller formatted monitor. But again, this is what we received. And so a lot of these you can see in the pictures there. The vegetation extends almost right up to the fog line. So a 3-foot zone, if you remember from the slide from the Corps, that walking access along the front of the property to be able to have our crews safely walk along Garden Highway to inspect properties during an emergency condition is severely limited in some of these locations. Next. Again, more of the same. Next. And lastly, I just wanted to show kind of 6 examples of the unacceptable ratings we received at the fall inspection report. Next slide, please. So again, what we're trying to do, very basic example here. Top of the screen, you can see kind of the pictorial example of the pictures you just saw from the inspection report, kind of what's growing there right along the front. Obviously, poor access and visibility. The vegetative variance is shown more pronounced here, and what we're trying to establish the field of vision as you work your way down along that truck there. Next slide. So what does compliance look like? These were properties through our survey with MBK done in 2019, and then just again this past fall we went out and took one last look to make sure we had what we needed. This is a good example. Permitted wrought iron gate and fence still provides access and visibility for us. There's access points on the sides if we need to get down there during a flood fight, and we can see through down to the river's edge. The property on the right here, again, permitted fencing, the vegetation. I'd have to go back and look at the property specifically for the landscape to see if there is a permit or not. But this is acceptable at this point. It has the potential to overgrow. And so this is the responsibility of the property owner to maintain it to this level. I mean, this is really close to us going, you know, it could get, you know, out of control. But next slide. No. No, that one's acceptable at this point, the home there. It's acceptable, but it has the potential to go outward. And so there are, if you notice from that side, there are other encroachments that we will need to address, but not the high hazard doesn't hold up the FEMA process at the core, you know, the completion doesn't hold up. So the high hazard are ones for the recertification specifically that we need to do here in the next year to 2 years, and we have the funding now to do it, no guarantee for funding in the future. This is what non-compliance looks like. Permitted gate on the left, fence. The hedgerow is very nicely maintained. It's beautiful property. They do a fantastic job maintaining their landscaping. However, it prevents access and visibility. Obviously, you can't see through. If you remember from the previous slide, the intent with that wrought iron gate, to be able to see through down to the levee slope. More non-compliance there, completely walled off. Go ahead, Joe. Yes, sir.
I'm kind of confused with the setback levee and the structural section of the levee being so far back. What's the concern here? Why would you even be considering doing a flood fight on that existing slope out there? I don't think you would ever do it, would you?
We do believe there is the potential for sloughing, erosion, and through seepage to continue through that would compromise the new improved levee system without being able to see that riverside slope. That's a great question for the engineers on the line, not my trade. Still, as a requirement of O&M manual, it's still in there by the Corps, and we're still getting the inspection reports from Central Valley Flood Protection Board that's rating it unacceptable. Joe, I don't have the engineered answer for you, but I appreciate the question. And I'll come back to being able to answer those at a later date, but I want to just finish up a couple more slides here. Next, please. So what we're proposing in this modification for these 100 property owners, here's a graphic rendering. This is a real-time photo. Before on the left here, you can see that hedgerow in front of the wrought iron gate. Had our graphics design team trim that back to establish access and visibility, and you can see that hedge has been, you know, with sufficient spacing that we can see in and around and down to the levee slope. Next slide. We have met community engagement with property owners twice, reached out 3 different times with letters and mailings, and then we're moving forward with project implementation. My district board awarded contract to our contractor at our May board meeting, and the project's anticipated to start on June 6th, starting in the northern end of Garden Highway and working their way down. A week prior to us going out with the contractor, before they get there, we're hand delivering to mailboxes that are physically out there, and then mailing those that are either vacant properties or not, giving them a week's notice ahead of time. Hey, our contractor is going to be here next week, the week of June 6th through 10th. We'll continue to mail these out. We do note to the property owners that they have the ability to notify us immediately when they receive this, if they would not like to participate in this, but you know, caution them and to keep in mind that future state enforcement action may occur, and the district's funding will only last so long because there's no guarantee for funding next year. Although we do have an application in process to submit by June 15th for the next round of FMAP funds. Next slide. The next steps I just talked about. Obviously, you know, this is kind of a one-time thing that we're offering to the property owners to have the funding to do this, and an ongoing encroachment maintenance is our responsibility, obligation as a local maintaining agency. So I think that's it. We've set up a email account to direct community input so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. And we've also put significant resources up on our website under our Seeing Levees Save Lives program. So I'll turn it back over. Sorry, I'm 2 minutes over lunch. I don't hear anybody's stomachs rumbling yet. I'm glad to see when I came back that most of the ties are gone. I lost mine during COVID. I don't even know where they're at now. So I appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you for that. Just a personal, maybe a board member comment. It's unfortunate that we're hearing this now when there were community meetings when we probably could have had more board input, but
Yeah, I do want to point out,
appreciate your work.
President Dolan, that your staff did attend and were a significant resource to us in leading up to this, and I appreciate their help and input.
I mean no criticism to your staff. I certainly do not to ours, but I'm sure you're aware that some people choose to call us.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Board members, any questions, input? These movie lights are pretty intense, so I'm looking here. Sir, did you want to make a comment? Please. You would come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair and other distinguished members. Thank you for this brief opportunity to speak, because I know it's lunchtime. I will try to be brief. My name is Steve Arditi. I reside on the Garden Highway. I am Vice President of the Garden Highway Homeowners Association, which comprises some 280 homes, 100 of which have currently been targeted by RD 1000 for vegetation removal. I think I would like to begin by echoing Board Member Countryman's question, why, with this grand new levy, which I think we all support and welcome for the community as a whole, are we now all of a sudden concluding that vegetation on the old levy is a problem? For those of us who reside there, we live on a very busy highway, cars sometimes 60, 70 miles an hour. And so this provides us a modicum of buffer from the road, from the noise and the not so great views of the highway and the trucks and traffic and all that. Many of the homes that have been targeted offer considerable visibility. Other places offer zero visibility and yet have not been targeted. Reference was made to an engineering study that began in 2019. First of all, we were never told that that was going on. And as far as I know, we still don't have a copy of it. So it's hard to know just why they picked and chose as they did. Beyond that, there are environmental issues. This is habitat area. The Sierra Club has written to RD 1000 just recently asking them to halt this process pending an environmental review, which has not been done, pointing out that among other things, it is Swainson hawk habitat, red-tailed hawk habitat, and many other things. As far as we know, they haven't done an environmental review of this. I think I want to cut to the chase here. There are a couple other things. There was a federal enactment in 2014, I believe, which provided that the Army Corps could not require vegetation removal as a condition of funding until they completed a review of their policies relating to vegetation. As far as we know, and we don't have the expertise and the resources and so forth that my predecessor was able to use, that hadn't been completed. So it is not clear to us that federal money could be withheld because of this vegetation. Also, there was a major UC Davis study in 2018 which concluded that with the new levee, vegetation on the old levee is not much of an issue. And finally, I want to turn to process. It was stated that this planning for this removal began in 2019. We first were apprised of it in January of 2022 with a just informing us that this was a done deal decision. There had been no prior public notice, no opportunity for public participation. Reference was made to outreach and forums and all that stuff. All that was after the fact. So we had no opportunity to participate and collaborate in understanding the competing but all very good goals here and helping to try to reconcile them such that reasonable visibility could be provided without unduly harming habitat and quality of life. So I guess I would close by saying if our appeal would be, could we have some kind now of a collaborative process, which is deliberative, collaborative, fact and science-based, to see if we can't all work together to come up with something that best works for the community as a whole. With that, I thank you very much for your patience and would be happy to attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you for coming and giving us your viewpoint, suggestions, and input.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Of course. Is there anyone else here? Ms. Galiso.
President Dolan, I just wanted to respond to a couple items that I think would bring some clarification to the board, but I also don't want to hold you from lunch as well. So I wish Mr. Rick Reinhardt was present because he's the certifying engineer for the Natomas levee here, and he could better elaborate from his design and involvement. But what he's indicated before is that the new levee section relies, and the design was based on the existing Garden Highway remaining intact, partly because of the original levee construction on Garden Highway is highly sandy material that wasn't necessarily suitable. So that was a big part of the component. The other thing that wanted to clarify here is that the properties that were cited and identified for the district's efforts, none of those have board permits that authorize landscaping and vegetation that was included here. So the other is it appears on our review that the current board's Title 23 requirements for vegetation are consistent with the O&M vegetation zones that are identified there, which require low-lying grass and other vegetation to remain, largely trimmed to continue the visibility. If and when there are properties that choose not to participate with the district's efforts, they've indicated that they may be referring some of those for enforcement action. At that point, that would come to us and we would evaluate their request, bring it through a board through the appropriate process, which would give the landowners an opportunity for due process and to present, their point of view, and obviously, if there's any discrepancies in our assessment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in the room? Just shade my eyes from this bright light. I don't see any hands raised here. Do we have any hands raised online? Well, that was definitely informational. I'm certain there will be other conversations that occur. So I appreciate everyone's presentation here this morning. And at this point, the board is going to take a 30-minute break. Some people may grab something to eat, and the rest of us will take a break. See you back in 30 minutes. Are we all set? Thank you. The board will reconvene after our break there. Thank you all for that. At this point, we are at board item 10C. That would be C as in cute. And I'm going to call on Greg Harvey from Plan Implementation and Compliance Branch to provide the first information on this. It looks like the slide is not correct.
There's a huge crowd behind you.
I see that. That's great. 10C,
Okay,
Ryan. Oh.
there we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Blinds, members of the board. My name is Greg Harvey, and I'm the branch manager of the Plant Implementation and Compliance Branch. So today, I'm just going to give a kind of a recap of what you have seen in the past. A few months ago, there was a workshop and another presentation on the designated floodway modernization effort that we've been working on. And then this is also going to be a combined presentation after I'm done with my slides. Mr. Wade Wiley from DWR is going to give the current inspection results of the encroachments within our designated floodway boundaries. So next slide. So this is some of these slides you've seen in the past, but just a little background of the Title 23 sections that pertain to our designated floodways. What is designated floodways and what the definition of them. And, we have approximately 1,300 miles. They're designated. There's actually more than that, but we have quite a bit that are old and were established in the 60s and 70s and need to be modernized and updated. So next slide. So the California Water Code, section 8609, that pertains to our DFs. And then we also have from our Title 23, we have section 102 and we have section 106. And thank you. Section 106, just to remind the board that allows the board to make changes. So if after adoption of designated floodways and boundary lines, if the board determines that conditions have changed significantly to necessitate altering at any regular board meeting, the board may make modifications as it deems appropriate. So that's section 106. Let's see, next slide, please. So this is just a recap also. It's kind of I like this slide because it shows that, in a few decades that the river has, with storms, it has moved and meandered, and now the river is outside of our designated floodway boundaries. And so there is a need to modernize, this area and the whole system. So, like I said, they were established in the late 60s and 70s and 80s, and they were created from a whole magnitude of different criteria. Aerial imagery that we had at the time, it wasn't as good as it is now. High water staking from the locals, different frequencies, 10 to 150 years. So it's all over the place. And so we want to establish a consistent criteria and maybe a consistent flow to use to make them all the same and update them. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thank you. And so this is one particular area that we thought would be a good pilot reach to work on. We're wrapping up the task order that we've been working on with some consultants. It was a smaller task order, but this section of the Sacramento River shows how the river is actually outside of our adopted boundaries. So this is one area where we could focus on, the first step is a pilot area. And then also this area has, growth, potential more growth and existing growth next to it and existing hydrologic data that we can use currently. So hopefully there won't be too much more work to go into updating these areas. And then next slide, Ryan. Another area where the river has meandered outside is the Cache Creek section in Yolo County. This was a good pilot reach study that we thought, because we have sufficient hydrologic data to use in this area. So next slide, what I wanted to emphasize and bring to the board's attention that there's a lot of work still to do. And so we are seeking additional funds to update the whole entire system. And, through a change proposal, and we're going to focus on a few areas, new hydraulic data that we don't have in certain areas that we have to run new models, outreach and engagement. That's going to be a huge component with stakeholder input. Our environmental and regulatory compliance, if we need to update our regulations in any way. And also the big component that Wade's going to talk about here shortly is how we deal with the 8,000 plus encroachments within our boundaries that don't have a Central Valley Flood Protection Board permit. So trying to research those and figure out why they don't have a permit, or if they're within an area where the locals have jurisdiction. If they are within that area, do they have a local permit? A whole bunch of reasons that need to be dealt with. And I think that's a big component of seeking funding and updating the encroachments and our boundaries moving forward. So with that, Wade, if you would like to go over the current inspection results. If there's any questions for me, I'll let Wade give his results that are the most current.
I do have one, Mr. Harvey. I do remember when we had the presentation on this, and I thought that the work that was being done was very good and very necessary. What is the status right now of the ability to go forward with the continued modernization of the very outdated floodway mapping?
Well, we are seeking a budget change proposal, and so we're actively working on a concept paper. So it depends on if that gets approved or not. We might have an ability to do smaller task orders like the one we have going on now, but to tackle the whole system and to do a major change, I think it's going to take a significant amount of funding and 5 or 6 years to do that.
Okay, so the status is a real effort to acquire the resources that are necessary. This is not a project that should just limp along. It's something that could be crucial for implementing the plan, protecting lives, understanding where the system can be widened and protected. Okay, thank you. So Mr. Wiley's up next. You've been doing some inspections on our behalf. Let us know what's going on out there. Some of us know, but
Thanks, Greg.
More specific reports are always helpful. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Wade Wiley, and I'm the manager for DWR's Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Section. So as Greg said, today I'm going to talk about our DWR's Designated Floodway Inspection Program.
DWR board.
DWR board.
Thank you.
So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the purpose of the Designated Floodway Inspection Program and DWR's authority to perform that inspection. I'll discuss some of the criteria that we use when we're looking for encroachments, and then I'll review the steps that we use to perform that inspection. After that, I'll cover the results from our most recent inspection. Next slide, please, Ryan. Thanks. So the purpose of the Designated Floodway Inspection Program is to identify and report to the board unauthorized encroachments within the designated floodways. And the intent is to help reduce the impacts to the capacity of the floodways on uncontrolled development. And doing that will help keep floodwaters where they belong and help to improve public safety. Next slide, please. So DWR's legal authority and responsibility to perform the designated floodway inspection comes from our 2008 agreement with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And we do that inspection in compliance with California Code of Regulations Title 23. Next slide. The criteria that DWR uses to identify encroachments comes from that Title 23, and that lists items that are allowed in the floodways, things that are not allowed in the floodways, or things that are permittable or require a permit. What we're typically looking for are things like that'll have a detrimental impact on the capacity of the floodways. And so in particular, those are things like buildings, levees or dams, roadways and bridges, or other earth and fill type encroachments. In some cases, the individual encroachment may have a minimal impact, but combined with all the other encroachments in that area, it may cause an increase in water surface elevation, and that can be detrimental for everybody in that area. Next slide, please. So our procedures for the inspection that we do are pretty straightforward. We use readily available imagery that comes from Google Earth. Each year, we re-inspect the areas that have new imagery. And what we'll do is we'll take all the encroachments that we've identified previously, overlay them on that imagery, verify that those still exist, and then start looking for new encroachments. And when we find those new encroachments, our inspectors will highlight them and enter some key information about them into our database. Next slide. So in this example, this is, Ryan, this is a kind of a conglomeration of slides. It's supposed to step through, so this is, maybe go back to that one. I can talk about it here, this is fine. So in this picture, what you see is the yellow highlighted stuff was from our inspection during the previous year. And so the inspector brought this line work in, overlaid it on the new imagery. And the red items there are things that the inspector identified as new based on the imagery. So the inspector, delineated those and entered some key information into the database. And then those shapes that we created allow us to very easily, with a little bit of post-processing, bring in a lot of good information like assessor parcel number, address, county, and other items that might be needed should enforcement want to occur on some of these encroachments. And that really speeds up our inspection process. And yeah.
Why do we care?
Well, we're doing this inspection because of a 2008 agreement that the board asked DWR to do these inspections on the designated floodways.
But when I say we, I'm saying, why does the state care? What is the purpose of this?
Well, I would assume that the purpose is to make sure that we're not overdeveloping these floodways and that the floodwaters that come through them are able to travel through those corridors without causing
But
flooding.
do we do anything? Do we?
Let me take this one, sir, and board member. President Dolan is being called upon. This is a stated goal of the flood board to modernize something that was done, I believe, before even I was born, and I'm not a spring chicken, unfortunately. It is to identify the appropriate areas to protect from urbanization or inappropriate development so that the flood system can indeed have areas to flood to protect lives, number one, and property, number two. It's outdated. The inspection results and the aerial work that has been done shows that there has been a change both in the geomorphology and the movement and meanders of rivers in places, and that inappropriate development does exist. So we need to update it. This helps us in plan implementation. It helps us in identifying where we can expand floodways appropriately so that we can have capacity for the flood waters that will come as we have more rain and less snow. And it will allow us to interact with local government and their land use decisions so that inappropriate development, which may have been done and has caused cost and damage, will not continue. Does that help? We are the flood board. We need to identify where flooding can occur, does occur, and provide safety for people and property. And having a floodway that is modernized and truly informational is a step in that direction.
Thank you, President Dolan. All right, next slide, please, Ryan.
That one there. It does look like,
Rulings.
yeah, looks like ag buildings. But is your inspection GIS and aerial at this point?
We use GIS, but we start with Google Earth
Yes.
tools and
Okay.
then use GIS to import the data into our database.
Thank you.
Each year, our inspectors review the 60 specific reaches within these 31 delineated floodways. And these are located in the Central Valley from Bakersfield in the south up to Reading in the north. And I want to be clear that we're not inspecting the entire length of these floodways. We're only looking at the 60 areas specifically delineated by the board's documents that we were provided. Next slide. So each year since 2018, our inspectors have been using these procedures and this tool to review the floodways whenever we had new imagery to use. Some years there's a lot of good imagery, other years there's very little imagery. Fortunately, this year, about 85% of the designated floodways had updated images, and that allowed us to identify an additional 521 encroachments within those floodways. Most of the encroachments identified in the 2022 inspection were for things like power lines and orchards, and a variety of other encroachments making up the remainder of those. And it's likely that many of those items are not new encroachments. We just couldn't see them on the older imagery, and the new imagery either had a better angle or just was more clear. Next slide, please. Yes, sir. Okay. Of the approximately 8,100 encroachments identified to date, about 7,700 of them require permits. Of those 7,700 encroachments, only about 12% have obtained a board permit. That's reflected here in the pie chart, with the orange accounting for all the encroachments within the floodway that don't have a proper board permit. Nearly 50% of all encroachments are structures of some kind. The remaining encroachments are things like orchards and vineyards, utilities, and other items that are things like fences, equipment, or debris piles. Next slide, please. Bridges are the most likely encroachment to have a board permit. They have about a 50% compliance rate. And all the other categories of encroachments that we identify have a much lower compliance rate. And of the 31 floodways that we review, all of them have unauthorized encroachments within them. And the results of all of our inspections are available to the board, and our staff are ready to help in any way that we can with this effort. Next slide. So now that I've reviewed our program, I'd answer any questions that you might have.
Board Member Johnson, did you get your question answered or you want more? You're on.
I did. I was going to ask about the number of those encroachments that needed permits, and of those, which ones had permits. And you answered that. Thank you. So it seems to me, Joe and others, that there are very obvious reasons why we care. If the people are potentially building in places subject to flooding and putting themselves or their neighbors at risk with their activities, we have a state interest in that. It also seems to me that if there are upwards of 8,000 encroachments that ought to have permits that don't, it's so far, and others that we'll discover, that there will need to be a very good system for understanding which of those really matter. If the only approach we have to it is the traditional encroachment permit, and all of a sudden we got 8,000 of those, and most of them, some of them matter much more than others. We need a system to address that. And so I wonder, to what extent the conversations have gone toward being able to think about how to prioritize among those, and what sort of response we might have for the unpermitted encroachments beyond a traditional permit. And that could be a question for board staff as well as for you, but I'll start with you since you made the presentation, and ask Leslie and others to jump in as well.
Sure. I think the data that we've collected is in a database that we can query in any way we want. And we can prioritize certain encroachments over others, and probably very quickly generate a prioritized list of encroachments that we could at least start looking at from a worst first sort of strategy, and then evaluate them individually as we get to them.
That makes a lot of sense. My sense is this is an inventory that's a very broad brush.
Yes.
And I think that we're all aware that there could be any number and type of structures that could have been done before even building permits at the local level were required. And could be before we had the system that we have now. So this is really a task that our board staff and you working together need to, with consultation with the board, of course, you can tell we're interested, how to determine what's at risk and what's the process to do. Not everyone needs the heavy hand, but some certainly need attention.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you had mentioned that there's structures, and I think President Dolan, said some of these structures could have been around before permitting was even required. During the tour that we had in Yuba County, we went into a floodway, into a historic area that has been there for a long time, and there are ranches out there. There are homes out there, animals, there's business being conducted in those areas. How do you interface with local government? Because land use is their authority. And so how do you work through that process?
Thank you for that question. We're not engaging with them at this point. We're using this process to identify the encroachments in the floodway. And we have that information. And, I think when we start to look at it from a reactive standpoint or an enforcement standpoint, you would look at those encroachments on an individual basis and do a further evaluation. And before taking action, you would drill down into that topic and look closer at it.
So you're basically just taking an accounting of what's out there, is what I'm hearing. And if it's for the purpose of public safety, I mean, there should be a course of action, and for me, thinking about this, and it's been stated here, is that there would be more water in the conveyance system that could impact how the floodways interact. It could be more depth of water that occurs in those areas, and so how do you deal with those areas that have already been established, or how do you convey to the counties and the cities that have those kind of designations that maybe permitting structures there is not a good idea?
Well, I'm not sure, Greg.
Yeah,
would you
those are,
wanna-
we're local government folks, we know how that conversation goes. Do you say a home built on a knoll in an identified floodway, built in 1880, does it move? Probably not, but you don't want to have 14 of them.
That's right.
So it's in many ways, it's going forward. Historically, and it's my experience in my area, and not just Butte County, but the ones around it, those that built homes, early settlers, looked to where to build. And so I've done the helicopter surveys after big floods in the Sacramento River, and there's the home sitting up high and dry. You can't get there, but the home is high and dry. That's a good designated floodway. You don't want to expand any more structures. So I think it's, from my perspective, it's really on our staff working with DWR to identify what the priority is to go take action in a discussion with local government. And in some cases, if the subdivision is there, the designated floodway needs to be revised, because that's a dumb map that has a DF over an apartment house. And then you have to identify someplace else that there can be expansion, because we know there needs to be expansion of the flood system. Or I know that. I'm going to push for that. But you can add to that if you wish.
Madam President, if I may, and I appreciate, if I could just go back to Board Member Griego's question. If you're the state, the answer to that is very carefully. Local governments are resistant to state management of their land use authorities, and this is a prime example for the board of why we have been asking for additional resources in that area so that our staff can be able to go out to the cities and counties and have these discussions with them. We don't currently have the capacity or a program to do that, but it is something that I think, from being pointed out here and other places, is very necessary and timely. And we would hope you would be supportive of us moving forward with that program.
Through the chair, can I just add to that? For local land use authorities, they have a general plan. And those general plans are, they reach out 20, 25 years. When a subdivision is approved, a lot of times those subdivisions take maybe 10, 15 years before they're realized. And then it's always at stages, this part, this part, this part. It's not developed generally all at one time. But looking at those general plans and seeing where their growth is at is a strong indicator before it actually happens. The other part is that local government officials will, because they live in the places that they have authority over, they want to be in a safe area too. They want to develop safely too. So I think there's an education component that goes with it. So, we see that there's going to be impacts in the floodway, making those known to local government to say, maybe it's not a good idea. They'll come to the right conclusion, I would say, most of the time. But that education is real important to convey to them that we're interested in public safety.
Board Member Griego, I would thank you for that as well. And in your EO report this month, you do have an example of where we are trying to make that effort with that letter that we had sent when we became aware of a very large residential development going into an area that our flood plan says is probably not well advised. So we are, we do make those efforts when we can. We don't have a consistent program level way to analyze all of these things. So we kind of go on when we're aware of it. But we do make those efforts.
I'm going to call on Board Member Ramirez in just a second, but I also wanted to say I'm aware that to the extent that we have staff capacity, we do respond to proposed general plan amendments, particularly for the safety and open space elements of the plans. Yeah. Some of our counties do a better job than others. Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Board Member Ramirez, I see you have your hand up. You're on.
Thank you, President Dolan. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to thank our staff and Wade for keeping this on our radar. I think the timing is great from my perspective during the public comment period on the plan. And let me just say that I think one of our obligations is to be able to connect the dots with our responsibilities and our existing authorities. And this is really an important one. It reminds me of trying to bake a pie without a crust. I don't know how we can just talk about the levees if we can't think about what's happening upstream of them. And this is the area that we're focused on, and this is where we have additional responsibility and authority. So it's complicated. There's a lot of material, but taking an inventory and bringing it to the attention of the people on the ground and talking to local communities and local governments, I think is the way to start. So I'm grateful for the update and hope to keep it on our radar screen.
Thank you. Do other board members have comments, questions, input at this point? Anyone in the audience? I think we have 4 people here. I see none. Do we have any more hands raised from online participation? Okay. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Wiley, thank you for this. I think we'll try to schedule this on a regular basis. We certainly appreciate the work that you do on our behalf. We're completely conversant with the cooperation that our MOA requires for this and some other things we do. So we'll do an effort jointly so that we can have the resources that this can appropriately be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes item 10C. So we'll move to items 11 called Executive Officers Reports. We received these written reports. They are thorough, they are informative. They come from board's administration, the executive officer, operations branch, plan implementation and compliance branch, environmental services and land management branch, planning and programs branch. I want you all to know that something that I'm asking for is that on a regular basis, but not to jam up our board meetings, I'm going to ask our executive officer to choose a time that one of these will provide a presentation to the board of their work and their monthly activities. I know we all do our homework, but I'm kind of interested in allowing the public to have some more awareness of the work that we all do. So thank you for all that submission. Does anyone have a particular question on any of them before I go to board comments and committee updates? I see none. Anybody else want to pull one to read it? No, thank you. Item 12, we have some board comments of activities and committee updates. A little birdie told me Mr. Countryman may want to talk about a tour. Did you go on a tour?
You're asking for reports on what we've done?
Yeah.
So this last week, Ruth and Wendy and I went on the tour of the Chowchilla Canal Bypass and East Side Bypass, and their efforts to integrate multiple use of finding sinking areas where they could put floodwaters into the ground. And they're in the process currently of getting this permitted. And it's quite extensive what they've come up with. This is, in some cases, the plans include taking water from floodwaters from the channel and moving it half a mile to an area where the ground's suitable for putting water into the groundwater. So it's really nice to see this bottoms up approach rather than the top down approach. And of course, they've got hurdles here. They've got to get through the Water Control Board, permitting from us for the features that they want to put in and so forth. But the momentum is there. And the earnestness of the people involved was very evident. So I thought it was a very good trip. I don't know if Ruth wants to say anything about it, but I thought it was very worthwhile to see.
I don't see that Ruth Darling is here anymore. Yes, these tours are, they're great. I'm glad that you and staff were able to go on that. It just seems to me that there's a certain integration between the work that we're doing to improve the flood system and the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act.
Yeah, part of our discussion was that the water board needs like another definition of water. It's like a flood water. You can't treat like all water, the diversions aren't all the same. I mean, if you're diverting controlled releases that are going downstream, okay, I understand that, but we're making flood releases trying to get rid of the water as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. And if somebody can take some of that out and utilize it by putting it into the groundwater, it seems like that should be supported and encouraged. But like all bureaucracies, you know, you have certain categories and things that you want to categorize things at, and if it doesn't fit right in that category, then there's resistance. So it's got a ways to go, but it makes so much sense. I think that we'll get there.
Yes, I think it's why alignment with all programs across the state is a high priority of the draft plan and will be ours. So thank you. Member Grego? Oh, not a board member, it's just board member reports. I'll get to you in a minute.
I just wanted to add to Mr. Countryman's comments that the organizer of the tour, when she reached out to me, said that there would be other opportunities for other board members to attend. They'll have future tours because this was on slightly short notice and there were some conflicts that others couldn't attend. So there will be opportunities.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, there's never just one tour. These are important and they're ongoing. Thank you. Board member Grego?
Yeah, just to report out that last Monday at the, there was a screening preview, and I've shared this with my board members. The Yuba Water Agency, which is flood control is the corner piece of their existence, and they put together a beautiful, well done documentary about the history in Yuba County with flooding. And so they were formed in 1959. And it was based on the 1955 flood in Yuba City that the agency was organized through the state. And so President Dolan was my guest, and we really had a great time. And it's almost an hour long, but the history of Yuba County and flooding and how they have worked to try to fix that along with Three Rivers is just really an incredible story. It's like David and Goliath story. So it's very interesting. I hope if you get a chance to see it, you'll. Thank you.
I appreciate being invited, and it was for neighboring county and a place where many of my family members live. It was just, it was fascinating to see that history that at certain points I knew some things that were happening, but not all. Yeah, great leadership in that county. Mr. Vice President.
Tim, can you hear me? I would say the two things I've worked on mostly are what we had in the meeting today. So the horseshoe levy and RD 1000 issues are kind of working through and trying to just make sure that we're being helpful and collaborative, getting people together. And then you and I both are working through our confirmation process as well.
Oh, yes, there is that. Thank you for that. Board Member Johnson? Board Member Ramirez? Got anything you want to share?
Nothing else to add. Thank you, President Dolan.
All right. And I won't. I've been chatty enough today. Yes, staff. Ms.
Just
Gallagher.
for, I'm sorry, you're done with 12, yes?
I'm done with 12.
For 13, there is no board workshop on June 10th. We had hoped to have a follow-up workshop on the RD 1000 item and more discussion on that, but the folks are not available. The RD 1000 folks are not available on that date, so we're going to try to reschedule that for another day. But so the 10th is off. Thank you.
So for upcoming meetings, board workshop June 10th canceled. Coordinating committee June 22nd is still being planned. And next board meeting, business board meeting, is Friday, June 24th, 2022. Any other comments on topics, upcoming meetings, or things to share? I have to put this here. This light is just, okay. I don't see any. We are going to have a closed session. I'm going to just make a few remarks that are really to be done at the end of the meeting, but when we come back from closed session, you'll all be gone anyway because we plan no action to be reported. It's a conversation with. I feel that I want to note that this is the beginning of the Memorial Day weekend. And while we all do enjoy time with our families, and it seems to be barbecue time or even mattress sale time, which is strange, it also really is a time, and I think we all feel this. We either are related to, we are children of, we are grandchildren of, we have friends who have served in the military. We certainly know people who have served our country in the military, and they were not able to return home. And that is what this Monday and this weekend is for us to reflect. You know, I feel that and wanted to say that as a conclusion here for the board. It's also the time that schools across the country are ending their school season. And it's just heavy on my mind that it truly did end for too many young people across the country this year. I have a sister who taught elementary school and a brother who taught high school. And my niece was a school teacher who actually faced this situation that did not end in any trauma other than the occurrence of guns on campus. It's just it's a hard time for a country, and I hope none of us ever get numb to it, because I don't think we can be. But for all of us who have family members, for all of us who do and will always appreciate the service of our military, and we hope they all can come home safe, but those we can't, we will honor on Monday. So that is my concluding remarks for this board. We close session, Mr. Council, and the item is what?
Item, it is the Security National Insurance item.
It would be 14A.
14A.
The others are not, and it's informational. Is that correct?
It should be short.
So we don't have a place to go. So what we're going to do is ask everyone to leave. We will come back, and I'm certain that we will say we made no decisions. And when we come back, that will be the formal adjournment. So at this point, thank you all. Online, you'll end, and those of you in the room, including all staff except our executive officer and council, we'll need to stop the recording. And thank you all.